Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Loving light to the family. All praises to the ever-present creator, the maker of suns, moons, and stars, the creator, the God maker. It's your brother Malaki Macabee. STL Tour Day 3. Saul of Tarsus or Paul, the false apostle. We gonna talk about it. You know, we got our beloved piling on the end. It feels good to be back on the floor. We feeling marvelous today. Shout out to our sister Amina for making all this possible. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Nehemiah, the big homie, for always holding me down, man. Can't say that enough. It did happen. You know, we've been doing it a long time. That's why I really don't even be mad at nobody no more, man. Feel me? Just a very long thing. Yeah, I got too much to see, man. Real talk. King G, boxologist, my brother Jabril was the word. Now, I ain't seen the Blood of Zeus yet. Matter of fact, you texted me the other day to ask me about it. I've been up to animation. Is that an anime? I think so. I think so. Yeah, big homie Nehemiah said he seen it, bro. And he says if it's 2 seasons, we saw it. You know what I mean? Who else we got in the building? We got my brother on the west side, Cali. My brother Trey, my nigga Douche. Shout out to my brother, man. Love, light, balance to you, brother. We got up in the building. Julie Ray, Julie Wild. Love, light, balance, CGG. Shout out to the Creator Gang. Shout out to the Creator Gang, man. All the brothers and sisters. They get together, unite, and push this light. You feel me? Unapologetically. They'll be alright. Whoever don't like it, just don't like it. They'll be alright. And in the end, guess what? They can be over here with us anyway. It's not even an if, it's a win. Not a time. Shout out to our elder Imal Serpente or me, the body of Goddess in the building. Like this, Mo Rider. We gotta be in the building. Not seen Elohim. Elohim, peace, love, light, family. Love and balance. BC, Brandon Porter in the building. What's the word out? Man, y'all get the algorithm going. Y'all hit that thumbs up button, that like button, that share button, all that good stuff, man. Nothing but love. You feel me? We got Cosmo and the crew with the Cloud Kickers in the building. Cal, I'm coming to see you next month, boy. We be up in Detroit early June. I'm coming to slide on you, boy. Look at your face. Love like that, man. Good to see everybody in the building. Got more people pile on in. It's all good. Matter of fact, let me do this for y'all.
Roughly 1 in every 3 people who walk this earth today profess to be Christian. They claim Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. But is he really? Do Christians today truly follow the religion which Jesus taught? Or was his call hijacked somewhere along the way? Remember, Jesus told us to watch out for false teachers, deceivers who appear as wolves in sheep's clothing. A reminder that the most dangerous enemies are the ones who you think you can trust, the ones who infiltrate and devour a flock from within. Jesus Christ, the Good Shepherd, told us exactly who to follow after him. He named his chief disciple, Simon Peter, as his successor, the rock upon which his church would be built. But somehow, another man, not Simon Peter, ended up becoming the dominant voice of Christianity. Roughly half of the books which fill the pages of the New Testament were written by one man, a man who never even met Jesus, a man with a deeply rooted hatred for Christians, a man called Saul of Tarsus, better known today as the Apostle Paul. Paul's teachings are so influential, some have even dubbed him the founder of Christianity, a claim which reveals a big problem. Paul's doctrine is often at odds with the message of Jesus, which begs the question, was Paul an apostle or an impostor, a messenger from Christ, or an antichrist who has led 1/3 of the world's population astray? Join us on Al Rayat Al Sud satellite channel as we tell the story of the man who stole the religion of Jesus and founded Christianity as we know it today, Paul, the false apostle. The year is roughly 36 AD. The place, Jerusalem. This is the holy city where the teachings of Christ once rang out into the air. But now, just a few years after the crucifixion, the winds have changed direction and some people are on a hunt for Christian blood. An angry mob zeroes in on a godly man by the name of Stephen, drags him out of the city, and begins to stone him. They lay their coats in front of a young man called Saul of Tarsus, who fully consented to Stephen's death and later admitted, "And when the blood of your martyr Stephen was shed, I stood there giving my approval and guarding the clothes of those who were killing him." This story alone is shocking enough, but this was not the only time Saul got his hands dirty. Saul was born into a strict Jewish family and spent his youth studying under the famous rabbi Gamaliel, the man who trained him as a Pharisee. These are the same Pharisees whom Jesus referred to as vipers and sons of the devil. Saul's zeal for the law led him to become an inquisitor of the Jerusalem temple's priesthood. Saul was a bloodhound and admitted to mercilessly chasing and killing many Christians. According to the book of Acts, Saul was still breathing out murderous threats against the Lord's disciples when he had a transformative experience on the road to Damascus, a vision of the resurrected Jesus. It was that experience which allegedly changed everything. Saul became Paul and declared himself a freshly converted apostle of Christ. But there is a problem with this story. Paul can't quite get the details straight. It is considered a red flag when a person can't keep their story straight. When detectives work to solve a crime, they test witnesses on the consistency of their accounts. If the story keeps changing, suspicions arise. You might assume that a vision of Jesus would be memorable enough to stick in someone's memory, but the so-called Apostle Paul tells 3 different versions of his apparition on the road to Damascus, recorded in the book of Acts. In Acts chapter 9, verse 7, we find one account where Paul claims that his travel companions did not see Jesus, but heard his voice. And in Acts chapter 22, verse 9, we find another version of the story. They saw the light, but they did not understand the voice of him who was speaking to me. In one version, Paul is blinded for 3 days. In another, he makes no mention of such a thing. We are left wondering, which version should we believe? But perhaps a more important question to ask is, why does this all matter? It matters because the entire validity of Paul as a messenger hinges on this story. This is the single proof he used to convince people to take him seriously as a messenger from God. Having never met Jesus in the flesh, this is all he has to go on, and it just so happens that it cannot be verified by anybody. There is no mention of Paul in the Gospels by Jesus or anyone else for that matter. Nobody gives Paul the title of apostle other than Paul himself. So we have to ask these questions. Was Paul a man who saw the error in his ways and turned his life around? Or did he carry out his original agenda, utilizing a different strategy, destroying the Christian faith from within? In any case, one thing is certain. Paul's claim to apostleship directly contradicts what Jesus taught. Throughout his ministry, Jesus had many disciples. At one point, he amassed followers in the thousands. But there was always an inner circle of 12 men, handpicked by Jesus. That number, 12, was no accident. There was a specific purpose behind it. Talking about his second coming, Jesus said, "Truly I tell you, at the renewal of all things, when the Son of Man sits on his glorious throne, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel." These words demonstrate just how important the sacred number 12 is. How could 11 or 13 apostles judge 12 tribes? The disciples themselves understood the significance of this number. After Jesus left them, the remaining 11 apostles set out to replace the fallen one from among them, Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus. Praying for divine guidance, the men drew lots, and in the end, they reported that God chose Matthias to be the 12th disciple. There was one important criteria for the selection. Therefore, it is necessary to choose one of the men who have been with us the whole time the Lord Jesus was living among us, beginning from John's baptism to the time when Jesus was taken up from us. So imagine the confusion of the 12 disciples when, years later, Paul came along and inserted himself into the equation as the 13th disciple. Paul, a man who never met Jesus, certainly didn't qualify to be one of them. But that didn't stop Paul from making some dramatic changes to the religion of Jesus. And the early Christians did not consider Paul to be an authority in the same right as the 12. One of the most notable new concepts which Paul brought to Christianity was the abolishment of the Old Testament law. Claiming to speak on behalf of Christ, Paul said, "For sin shall no longer be your master, because you are not under the law, but under grace." He claimed that Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, "Cursed is everyone who is hung on a pole." Basically, Paul argued that when Jesus died, so too did the law. The old covenant between God and man was overturned in favor of a new one by which all sins are forgiven of the one who simply says, "I believe." There is just one major problem with Paul's logic, though. According to the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus appeared to the 12 after the crucifixion, saying this, "Therefore go and make disciples of all nations, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you." And Jesus clearly commanded them to keep the commandments. "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill them." Jesus was a reformer. His mission was to bring things back to the old ways of theology. He came to guide people back to the religion of God. Jesus, the long-awaited Jewish Messiah, affirmed the message of the Hebrew prophets before him. He adhered to the Jewish law and never once indicated that the law of the Old Testament prophets would or should be abolished. In fact, he said, "It is easier for heaven and earth to disappear than for the least stroke of a pen to drop out of the law." So why did Paul come out and teach the opposite? Just as Jesus said, if you want to enter life, keep the commandments. Paul said, no one will be declared righteous in God's sight by the works of the law. It simply couldn't make sense unless Paul had another agenda. Paul initially preached to people of his same religious background, the Jews. But when he found that he could not convince many that Jesus was divine, he went outside of Israel to the Gentiles. But once again, he faced difficulty. The Gentiles who were open to accepting Christ were not observers of Jewish law. Their food wasn't kosher. But the biggest obstacle Paul faced with the Gentiles was the circumcision law, the covenant between God and the believers, dating back to prophet Abraham. At first, Paul encouraged Gentile converts to follow the law. He even had his companion, Timothy, circumcised, as confirmed in Acts 16. But somewhere along the way, he changed his tune. The law was an obstacle standing in his way, so he cast it aside. Jesus said, "Follow the law down to the letter," but Paul said the exact opposite. Not only did he remove its obligation, he went so far as to call it harmful. "I, Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. You who are trying to be justified by the law have been alienated from Christ. You have fallen away from grace." Where was he getting this from? It certainly wasn't from the man who Jesus named as his successor, Simon Peter. When Jesus knew he wouldn't be around much longer, he handed the keys of the kingdom to his successor, Simon Peter, stating, "And I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven." Although Jesus clearly designated a shepherd for his flock to follow in Peter, Paul argued that he was given a new gospel to spread. He said, "And of this gospel I was appointed a herald, and an apostle, and a teacher." You might imagine that Paul, as a follower of Christ, would have jumped at the chance to learn from the 12 men who lived with and learned from Jesus in the flesh. But that's not what Paul did. It was a full decade after Jesus' death that Paul first met Peter in Jerusalem. Then he went out, preaching and teaching his own gospel in Asia Minor for another 10 years before making a return trip to Jerusalem around 50 AD. It was only then, 20 years after the crucifixion, that Paul met the rest of the apostles for the first time. Paul did not preach the same thing as the 12 apostles, and there was constant friction between him and the Jerusalem church about one issue, in particular, the law. Tensions eventually boiled over and caused Peter and Paul to come to blows. When Peter visited Antioch, he clashed with Paul over whether or not Gentile Christians needed to uphold the law. We only get to hear Paul's side of the story, of course, but if we take his epistle at its word, the two men came to an agreement. Paul would go forth as an apostle to the Gentiles, while Peter would preach to the circumcised. But there is a problem there. The agreement, which Paul speaks of, contradicts the book of Acts, which states that Peter, not Paul, was chosen by God to minister to the Gentiles. In Acts chapter 15, verse 7, Peter said, "Brothers, you know that some time ago God made a choice among you that the Gentiles might hear from my lips the message of the gospel and believe." Nevertheless, Paul claimed to have a different gospel than Peter and the other apostles, the gospel of the uncircumcised. A gospel which he didn't receive from any man, nor was he taught it. His gospel came purely from revelation, and therefore couldn't be verified by anyone as truthful. And yet, Paul's new gospel split the religion of Christianity into two distinct confessions, one rooted in Judaism and a version tailored for the Gentiles. Concluding this chapter of Galatians, Paul argues that his way is the correct way, because even though Jesus said, "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father." Paul taught that salvation comes not by works, but by faith alone. "For through the law I died to the law, so that I might live for God. I have been crucified with Christ, and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me. The life I now live in the body, I live by faith in the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. I do not set aside the grace of God, for if righteousness could be gained through the law, Christ died for nothing." Paul's depiction of Jesus as a divine savior perfectly suited the Gentiles, who disliked the law and adored stories of myth. People from a polytheistic culture who regarded holy figures as deities. Perhaps this explains the origin of a controversial claim, how Jesus became God. Today, virtually all Christians accept Jesus as the human embodiment of God, one part of a holy trinity. But it wasn't always like that. The early Christians were not in agreement on this point. In fact, Up until the 4th century, Christians fell into two camps: those who believed Jesus to be a divine messenger of God, and those who believed that Jesus was both fully human and fully God. How did these radically different understandings of Jesus evolve? Perhaps the best way to solve this mystery is to take a look at the words of Jesus. Did Jesus ever call himself God? The answer: not even once. Jesus said there is only one God, and it isn't him. He famously asked, "Why do you call me good? No one is good except God alone." And Jesus warned against those who deified him, saying, "But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men." He also differentiates himself from God numerous times throughout the Bible. In the book of John, Jesus says, "By myself I can do nothing. I judge only as I hear, and my judgment is just, for I seek not to please myself, but him who sent me." And he also says, "For I did not speak on my own, but the Father who sent me commanded me to say all that I have spoken." If Jesus never called himself God, how did he become known as God? The Pauline epistles are sprinkled with statements conflating Jesus with God. Paul refers to Christ, who is God over all, in Romans chapter 9, verse 5. And in Titus chapter 2, verse 13, our God and Savior, Jesus. It seems like a blatant contradiction, but perhaps it suited Paul's grand agenda to misguide people. If people are worshiping Jesus as God, they are associating others with him, undercutting the very foundation of monotheism. Not only did he call Christ God, he revamped Christ's image. If Jesus was God, he couldn't be seen as an ordinary man. He had to be seen as celibate. If you know anything about Jesus today, it's that Jesus, unlike all the messengers before and after him, was supposedly celibate. But what exactly do the scriptures say? The answer is absolutely nothing. The Gospels never specify whether Jesus was married or unmarried. The idea that celibacy was somehow superior to marriage came entirely from Paul. In 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 7, Paul wrote, "I wish all were single, just as I am." To help prevent the desire to be married, Paul said, "It is good that a man should not touch a woman." Paul's sexual asceticism came to shape and color the Christian faith as we know it today. Celibacy is practiced by Roman Catholic priests and nuns. But where did Paul get this stance from? It certainly wasn't Jesus, because as Paul admitted himself, "I have no command of the Lord, but I give my opinion as one who by the Lord's mercy is trustworthy." Had Jesus been celibate, Paul would certainly have invoked him as an example when arguing for celibacy, but he doesn't. Never once does Paul argue that Christians should be celibate because Jesus was celibate. For one, we know that Jesus' apostles were married. In fact, Jesus famously resurrected Simon Peter's mother-in-law from the dead, as recorded in the Gospels. And the Gospel of Matthew records Jesus affirming the sanctity of marriage, quoting Old Testament scripture saying, "Have you not read that from the beginning the Creator made them male and female, and said, 'For this reason a man will leave his father and mother, and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore what God has joined together, let man not separate." Despite what Jesus said, Paul, in his epistle to the Corinthians, said that all unmarried people should not seek to get married. Why might Paul want to spread this doctrine of celibacy? What would it mean for the future of Christianity? Well, if marriages stop, so too do children, dramatically reducing the number of Christians born into the world. Today we might call Paul a eugenicist, but he took himself as an example of the celibate life. He never married a woman, a fact which isn't so shocking once we hear what Paul had to say about the status of women. Jewish culture in the first century was decidedly patriarchal, but Jesus came along and refused to treat women as inferior.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Y'all drop a 3,000 in the chat if we can be heard. 3,000 in the chat if we can be heard. STL tour day 3. With Saul of Tarsus or Paul, a false apostle. You feel me? We about to go ahead and get it done. I wanted to go ahead and, you know how we do. We drop the appetizers before we drop the full course meal. So I want to show y'all, give y'all a little taste, a little tease of what we're going to be going over today. You know what I mean? Once again, all praises to the ever-present creator, the all-in-all, that always was, is, and never shall be. We about to go ahead and get it done. A little taste. And we going to see what's what. You feel me? Okay, man. Let's see something. Bring it out. You may hear some things today that rattle you. You know, some people some people go hard at your boy Paul, but they treat him like he's a grand opening, grand close. We gonna get it done today, though. Everybody over here feeding their whiskers a little taste.
Praise to the host.
You know, we in STL, so you know we gotta get some Emo's pizza. You feel me? We don't know how good we got it in St. Louis, boy, because Emo's pizza ain't everywhere. Emo's pizza is not everywhere. Trust and believe. All right, so we about to go ahead and get it started, a little taste. Now, what we gonna do? We gonna talk about it. That's one thing we gonna do. I wish I would close my mouth and be quiet, and not bring out truth. Because certain folk call themselves getting mad. What that means? Shout out to my brother Malaki in the building. Malaki. Getting mad. I mute that deal. What that means? Shout out to my brother Malaki. You got to mute that deal. There we go. No, we all good. It's a brief delay on that deal. So y'all see what's right there on the page with Saul / Paul of Tarsus, a false apostle, or his teachings hostile toward the original apostles. So one thing to understand about this topic is Paul's whole claim to fame is his vision. It's his revelation of who he called Jesus. Yeah, that's how he make his boast. I didn't learn from any man. No man taught me. You understand? I got mine directly by revelation. So this is his whole claim to it. Without the revelation, he has no even claim to any type of apostleship. Think about it. His vision is all he has. You know what I mean? So we're going to go over and talk about it today. And then it's another famous character in history claiming that Jesus showed up to him in the air too. Yeah. Yeah, your boy Constantine. He said Jesus appeared to him in the air and told him, in this sign, you're going to conquer. That's historical. That's the Battle of Milvian Bridge in like 312 AD. He was fighting Maximus of Rome, who was under the inspiration of Paul. Constantine was up under who he called Christ. You know what I mean? And we know how the story goes after that. Later on, he adopts Christianity, quote unquote, as the empire-wide religion, right? But he claimed Jesus appeared to him in the air too, just like Paul. We're gonna talk about it today. We gonna talk about it. Other than that, how everybody doing though? What's the deal? It's what they call Friday. Remember what they call Friday? You did? No better place to be than chop it up on some spiritual matters. All right. So we're going to go first, before we get into that, we're going to go over the Paul and quote unquote Christ connection. Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom for throwing this at me earlier. Oh man, very powerful. So if y'all look up on the board, up on the screen, it says Paul and Christ connection. Christ from heaven comes to Paul. Acts 9:3-5. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus. And suddenly there shined around about him a light from heaven. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Now, we've heard that our whole life. What does that even mean? To kick against the pricks. We say it. Yeah, we just say it. We don't know what it means. We don't know where it come from. We just say it because it's mentioned in church all the time about Paul's vision. Right? What if I told y'all that whole phrase comes from Greek playwrights from 5th century BC? 500 years before Jesus, there were Greek writers, Greek comedians, Greek playwrights. That was a famous saying throughout the whole Greek world. Kicking against the pricks, kicking against the goals. Right? So Paul is basically saying that who we call the Messiah, Yahshua, basically, who he never met in the flesh, when he finally met him in the sky, popped up on him repeating phrases that were invented by Greek playwrights 500 years before he even came in the flesh. Mind you, Paul never met who we call him Yahshua. Never met him. And the time he claiming he met him, he appeared to him in the sky, and he's saying he repeated to me, it's hard for thee to kick against the bricks. But that comes directly from Greek mythology and Greek philosophy. Directly. I know a lot of people think I be playing, but you know, we got receipts, right? Greek poem from the 5th century BC is the hard for thee to kick against the pricks. This is the actual book I have. It's called St. Paul and Greek Literature. St. Paul and Greek Literature. All right. Now look at this. St. Paul and Pindar from the 5th century BC. Look at this. In the account of the conversion of St. Paul. Remember, Paul claiming Jesus appeared to him in the sky. He never met him. Constantine claimed Jesus appeared to him in the sky. He never met him. Off this. In the account of the conversion of St. Paul on the way to Damascus, we are told in the 9th chapter of the Acts that a light of dazzling brightness shone about him. And at the same time, the voice of the celestial Jesus asked a searching question, why persecutest thou me? And declared that it was hard for him like a restive beast to kick against the goads. This speech was said to be delivered to the consciousness of Paul in the Hebrew language. Right? Watch this. But it is turned at all events in its loosened form into a verse, or what looks like a verse of Greek poetry. But as it was said to be Hebrew, the words passed for a common proverb, which might just as well be Hebrew as Greek. do not Jewish oxen resent government and guidance? So a goad or a brick is something that you put on the neck of your beast, you know what I mean, to basically tame them. You know what I mean? To basically tame them. So this was a famous phrase all throughout the Greek world, and it's all in Greek poetry from the 5th century. So Paul's saying that who we call the Messiah appeared to him in the sky, repeating Greek poetry to him. We talking about this revolutionary Hebrew Messiah, Judean Messiah, who we all know is Joshua, you know what I mean? Who was an Israelite, according to the historical record, right? So Paul's whole demo about being an apostle is this vision. He claiming I ain't never met him in the flesh, but I had a vision of him, right? And the vision he has is Jesus repeating to him Greek poetry from 500 years before he was born. So it don't make sense, do it? It don't make a lick of sense. So it says, do not Jewish oxen resent resent government and guidance. Why put them into a Greek dress? The sentiment in question occurs in two of Greek poets. First of all, it is Aeschylus, Prometheus, Victus, and in the accompany. So all these are Greek plays and playwrights. And then the second, it is in Pindar, and the second of his Pythian odes. They letting you know where it comes from. So Aeschylus, matter of fact, let me do it like that. I forgot to put the spaces in there. All right, so right here, so y'all can kind of see what it is. Bang. So Aeschylus right here. Right, this is a Greek poet, right? Playwrights, right there. This is where all this occurred at. So not only is Paul's vision, he can't even get his vision to line up. He keeps getting the story wrong. Right? He's saying that your Messiah appeared to him repeating Greek poetry. That's like he might as well have popped up saying Romeo, Romeo. He might as well repeat Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare. Think about it. He was just as good popping up saying Romeo and Juliet. You know what I mean? A Shakespeare tragedy. It's the same thing. So it says in two Greek poets, first of all, it is in Aeschylus, Prometheus, Victus, and in the Agamemnon. And second, it is in Pindar, in the second of his Pythian odes. And third, in a nearly equivalent form, it is found in the Bacca of Euripides, so that we need not to trouble any more about Christ speaking Hebrew. We need not trouble any more about Christ speaking Hebrew. For Paul has translated what he says he heard from the Lord. When he is on trial, he repeats the translation. Watch this right here. Now look at this. This right here is the quotes out of the works. So we have an acquaintance on this part with a Greek proverb, right? Kick it against the pricks, which occurs in Greek literature. And we should at once concede an acquaintance with Greek literature if it were not that the proverbial form need not be confined to a book. It says, against the goads, it is hard for you to kick. Against the goads, you stretch out your leg. That's the Prometheus we just reading about. Kick not against the goads. While in Euripides, all these are Greek poets, y'all. 500 years before who we call Messiah was even born, this stuff was already written down. While in Euripides, we have better slave victims unto him than kick. Back of 795. And in Pindar, we are told that it is best to bear lightly the yoke that rests on one's neck. For as you know, it is a slippery course to kick against the goads or the pricks. Y'all see that? Now, watch this. Just in case anybody think it's a game, we about to go to the Bible dictionary. They about to name these cats. They about to name them.
Oh, in the Bible dictionary?
Right in the Bible dictionary. They got these cats named.
So you ain't pull this out the earth?
Nah. You know, I don't got no time. I don't got no time to be winging my answer no more, man. You know what I mean? We ain't playing no. We not no tap dancing.
We ain't no tap dancing.
Nah. We ain't tap dancing. You know what I mean?
Make up a lights.
It's too real out here. All right, so the phrase, matter of fact, let me go show y'all the actual verse. They try to say I'm making this stuff up. Why you ain't show the verse? You over here lying. Oh, okay. I watched this. Acts 26 and 14 is where he had this. Watch this. They think we playing around here. They think we playing around these parts. Let me put the concordance on it. So we're going to go right to it. Y'all going to see. Acts 26 and 14. We don't even know. And then this ain't the only time Paul quoting some Greeks. He quoting Greek poets all throughout his letters. I'm like, bro, what is this dude really on? Come on now. Stop it. Stop it. So in Acts 26 and 14, it's up on the screen, y'all, so y'all can see. We're going to get into it today. And then look, majority of the stuff we're going to be going through, you know what I mean? When we talking about what he's speaking about, we're going to be going into his own letters. His own letters, that's the beautiful thing about this topic. His own letters tell you it all. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't tiptoeing through the tulips. He wasn't trying to water nothing down. He wasn't trying to beat around the bush. If he ain't like you, he told you. He called you out by name. Crazy. So we got a whole different. How don't we have this understanding of what Paul's saying? And we claim we've been reading the Bible this long.
We've been sound biting the Bible.
We've been sound biting the Bible. Talk to us. What you mean by that, Nehemiah?
So a lot of people run to the script and say, whom should teach knowledge and whom should understand doctrine? And so it'd be here a little, there a little, you know. And so we get so used to getting one verse in church and get a 45-minute sermon. Right? Then we also hit your brothers on the block if we catch an Israelite outside, and he jumps all over the place. But see, the problem with that is when you don't read these stories in whole and in totality, you miss. So now they ain't going nowhere else, but right to the man who wrote, and let him tell himself. You ain't got to make nothing up.
Right.
Just let the Bible speak. If I'm going to say, well, they'll tell nobody to put nothing.
Right.
Keep it.
Okay.
Read it only.
Tear out his letters. No, that's the problem. We've been taken away, adding to for thousands of years. That's why all this confusion is out here. Leave the Bible the way it is so we can look at it and examine it. You know what I mean? Don't throw it away. Read it. Read it for what it is. All right, so Acts 26 and 14. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Right? Watch this. We're going to click on the entry for pricks. Right? Now what people be like, you prick? No. Like with the white folk be like, pricks? No. That ain't what this is. And it's crazy. Most people that I ask, what does that phrase mean? They don't even know. They don't even know. That's a restraint for your beast, to tame your beast, your oxen. It's like a yoke you put around their neck. You know what I mean? So it's like you wasting your time kicking against that. You might as well go ahead and submit to your own. You know what I mean? So it comes from the Greek word kentron, right? Knows what it says. It says right here, an iron goad. It says right here, outline of biblical uses. It says an iron goad for urging on oxen, horses, and other beasts of burden. Hence the proverb to kick against the goad, i.e. to offer vain, perilous, or ruinous resistance. So a goad or a prick is a what? It says it's iron. It's something you put around the neck of your oxen or your horse or your beast to tame them. Right? So look at this right here. It says, hence the proverb to kick against the goad, i.e. to offer vain. What does that mean? You're offering vain and perilous or ruinous resistance, meaning you wasting your time resisting against this. Right? Kick against the pricks. Most don't know that's in Greek poetry 500 years before the Messiah was even born. So Paul is saying when Jesus appeared to him and said, why you persecute me? It is hard for you to kick against the pricks. But Paul never met Yahshua in the flesh, right? So the moment he meets him in the sky, he's claiming that Yahshua popped up on him repeating Greek poetry. Now, the Pine Door and the Euripides and all the people that we just was reading about, this is in the Bible dictionary. Look, scroll down. Watch, it's about to name these cats. Here they go right here. Right here. I'm about to put it in blue. I'm about to put it in blue. And look, all these cats is in the book, St. Paul and Greek literature that I just had up here. Look right here. It says, as in the Greek writings, and iron gold for urging on oxen, horses, and other beasts of burden. Hence the proverb to kick against the prick or the gold, i.e. to offer vain and perilous or ruinous resistance. Acts 9 and 5. And this is Acts 26 and 14. Now watch what it say right here. What it say right here? Next to that it say Pine Door. That's a Greek poet. Pythagoras, Aeschylus, Prometheus, Euripides. You got Tarrant on there and Amian. All these for the most part are Greek poets, and some of them are Roman poets. So that phrase, kicking against the pricks, is a 500-year-old phrase that was in Greek poetry before Yahshua was even born. So for Paul, who had never met him in the flesh, and then the moment he meet him, he claimed that our Messiah popped up repeating Greek poetry to him.
Talking Hebrew to Hebrew.
Romeo. I've been talking Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare tragedy, right? Them the same cats right here. Let's go back to the document, and that's in the Bible dictionary. They know that's where it come from. You got Pine Door, Pythagoras, Aeschylus, Prometheus, Euripides, all Greek poets. All Greek poets. And this is important because Paul's whole claim to fame, y'all, is his revelation of who he called Jesus on the road to Damascus. Let me go back and share that. This right here is out the book, St. Paul and Greek Literature. We'll talk about it today. Jericho, what's up, brother? Shalom, man, shalom. How you be, y'all? Good to see you in the building, brother. Good to see you in the building. So this right here again is, if you look up on the TV, the name of this book is St. Paul and Greek Literature. I actually had his book. All right. And it's going over Paul's conversion and how Paul was quoting Greek poetry when he says he had his encounter with Jesus or Yahshua. It's right here in the red. So we have an acquaintance on this part with a Greek proverb, which occurs in Greek literature. And we should at once concede an acquaintance with Greek literature if it were not that the proverbial form need not be confirmed to a book. Against the goads, it's hard for thee to kick. Against the goads, thou stretches out thy leg. That's Prometheus. Kick not against the goads. While in Euripides, all in the Bible dictionary, we have better slave victims under him than kick against the goads. And in Pine Door, we are told that it is better to bear lightly the yoke than rest on one's neck. For as you know, it is a slippery course to kick against the pricks or the goads. When one looks over these passages, one is struck by the occurrence of the figure of the ox goad to represent the mastery of God or fate over recalcitrant wheel. The word recalcitrant expresses in Latin the same thing as the kicking at the goad does in Greek. How significant that Euripides should speak of a man raging against God. Wow. That is almost exactly the language with the 10th chapter of Acts opens when it says that Saul breathing out slaughter and threats against the disciples of the Lord. May we not say that he was converted in Greek and that he was Hellenist from the start? That's a question in this book I got. His subconscious mind was under the influence of who? Greek literature. Greek literature. Now watch this right here. Now, a lot of people don't know that the cross, the original cross, is a symbol, the chi in the row or the X and the P. It's not the cross you see today. All right. Now, this right here is a gravestone for the boy Aeschylus, catacomb picture of Peter and Paul with the chi in the row symbol. Look at that right there. Chi in the row, that P and that X. Y'all may have seen that before on certain Lutheran churches or whatever. That's the original cross. The Greek letters chi in a row.
Right there in the pulpit. And it's in the AME churches as well.
A lot of people don't know what that sign is. Go ahead, talk to us.
I'm saying this exact symbol is in most of our churches. Hanging right over the pulpit on that little cart we have hanging down. Yeah, right there. It'd be an excellent people.
Yeah.
Or whoever's, officiating sometimes have on their scarf or their carpet at the bottom.
Y'all, that's the original symbol for Christ. And that X and that P kind of row. That's on the catacombs. The one is the chi is the Greek letters. So both of them together represent who they call Christ. The Greek word for cross is Christ. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all. Paul with the Cairo symbol between them marble catacomb inscription Pio Cristiano Vatican Museum. Look at the coins. St. Peter and Paul. Look at that. Y'all see the chi in a row up there? That P and that X right above that sword. It's a Catholic coin. Chi in a row. Now don't forget, Constantine said Christ appeared to him and told him, "In this sign you shall conquer." What sign was that? You think it's that? You know that as the cross today. That ain't in here. That's not how it started. It started with this symbol right here. And trip off this. That symbol been in our face our whole life. We just never knew what it was. It's the chi and the rho. Watch this. Vatican coin with the chi in a row. Show you how far back it goes. Watch this. They think we playing around these parts. That whole coin ain't popping up, but that on Ptolemy III, Eucharides, chi in a row, 246 to 222 BC on their coins during the Ptolemy era. Macedonian word for cross is who? Christ. K-R-S-T. Cross. Y'all can kind of see that better right there. Macedonian or Greek word for it, Christ or cross. Christ equal cross. The Macedonian way to say it. Like Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian. Look at this. Chi in a row during the time of Constantine. This is Constantine's coin, his figure on the front. Right? Now look what they got on the back. Look at that. P and X up top. Chi in a row. That's the symbol that appeared to Constantine in the earth. In this sign you shall conquer. Now we all know that Constantine, we've been known that whoever he talking about wasn't Yahshua. We easily say that. So because we know what they was doing. They was inventing gods and doctrines and all that through all their councils. But we never really gave any too much thought to it. Well, hold on. Constantine had a vision of Christ in the sky just like Paul did. Neither one of them ever met him. Watch this. Watch this. Now this is supposed to be historical dealing with Constantine. One day while he was in front of his tent with his officers and troops around him, he had a vision of an enormous cross of fire in the heavens. On one side of the cross were the words in the Greek language, "By this conquer." The words are sometimes given in the Latin form in hoc signo vinces, the translation of which is, "By this sign you shall conquer." Look at this. I mean, the people that be drawing this stuff already be knowing. They're going to kind of roll up there again. P and the X. Why it ain't the cross that we all know? What they've been hiding from us right in our face. Look at it. Constantine was astonished at the wonderful vision, and he gazed at it until it faded away. He could not understand what it meant and was greatly troubled. But that night he dreamed that Christ appeared to him in robes of dazzling white, bearing a cross in his hands, and that he promised Constantine victory over his enemies if he would make the cross his standard. Right? Meaning you got to go ahead and put this on all your flags, put this symbol on your shields. This is how you're going to conquer the armies of Maximus, because that's what he was fighting with. The Battle of Milvian Bridge. Constantine was at war with Maximus for the control over Rome. Maximus was under Baal. Constantine was under, quote unquote, who he called Christ. Now, look at the symbols on their shields. Did he put the cross that we all think it is? Look what's on the shields. All the shields got a P and an X on them. Chi in a row. Constantine now declared himself a Christian and had a standard made in the form of a cross with a banner attached to it, bearing the initial letters of the name of Christ. This banner was called the Labarum, and it was afterwards the standard of the Roman emperors. Now watch this. Y'all know this right on Wikipedia about the Greek symbols chi in a row dealing with Constantine. Show y'all that real quick. And we're gonna tie it all into Paul. Don't worry about it. Easy work. Now, right here on Wikipedia. Turn this on in. It's still tripping. There it go. There it go. Now, right here. Constantine adopts the Greek letters, what? Chi in a row for whose initials? Christ's initials. Y'all see that up there? Is it up there yet? Look at that. Oh, snap. What is that? Man, I don't like this stuff, man. Get away from you. My bad, y'all. Right there. So it says, see also chi in a row. Oh, man. It's ripping. I didn't even click on the Praetorian Guard. What you talking about? Now give me a second. Yellow her trip. Show that chi in that row. We thought it was the actual cross this whole time. Then he's saying, it said right here on Wikipedia, he adopted it for Christ's initials. All right, y'all look up the Battle of the Living Bridge. Maximus' forces were still twice the size of Constantine's, and he organized them in long lines facing the battle plain with their backs to the river. Constantine's army arrived on the field bearing unfamiliar symbols on their standards and their shields. According to Lactantius, Constantine was directed in a dream to cause the heavenly sign to be delineated. And then it says, on the shields of his soldiers, and so to proceed the battle. He did as he had been commanded, and he marked on their shields the letter X with a perpendicular line drawn through it, and turned round thus at the top, being the cipher of Christ, having this sign. This is the sign right here, y'all. There go that P and that X. That chi in that row. His troops stood to arms. Eusebius, which is a quote-unquote church father. Eusebius is a church father, supposed to be Constantine's bishop. Eusebius, bless you, little joker. Yeah, I'm talking to you, boy. It was good. Look at him. He's like, Eusebius describes a vision that Constantine had while marching at midday, in which he saw with his own eyes the trophy of a cross of light in the heavens above the sun, and bearing the inscription, in hoc signo vinces, in this sign thou shall conquer. All right, so again, y'all, the original cross is the chi and the rho, the P and the X. And they put this on all their symbols, all their shields. All right, back to this right here. We go into the OASP real quick and show about this same vision or account that Constantine had historically is written down in OASP as well. OASP, God's Book of Esther. We go into chapter 47, 3 and 4. Show y'all that. And this is important because your boy Paul said that Christ appeared to him in the earth as well. You feel me? Or you want to put some of these over there by? Oh, yeah. Get you some of that by. Get yourself together. All right, God's Book of Esther, 47, 3 and 4. Nevertheless, Luamong, which is the false Christ, a false God, that's who appeared to Constantine. It wasn't a historical Yahshua. Who they calling Christ was a false God. Now remember, they came up with their own gods, their own doctrines. That's how the Catholic Church stands today. All right. Nevertheless, Luamong, but you won't know anything about Luamong unless you read the OASP. right? You got the story of the real Yahshua, and right after that, they go into the false Christ. The Council of Nicaea, what they did, how they was choosing a God, how they chose a mortal representative, how they chose several teachings and combined them. It's all this in the wasp, you dig? But the Christ who appeared to Constantine was a false God. It's a false God. And his name is Luamon. That's where you get Lucifer from in some cases. Nevertheless, Luamon had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, right? It says, which is the omnic expression for all knowledge. So we all know it's only one that has all the knowledge, and that's the Creator. It's not any man. So for any man to step out there and call himself all knowledge, he's sadly mistaken. Verse 4, the Lord said, now therefore, Luamon from this time forth was a false God in heaven and in earth. Owaski Bible, God's book of Esdras. So you got a false God out here claiming that he got all the knowledge, and he takes on the name of Christ. All right. Same dude came up with the whole title, Son of the Holy Ghost, too. But again, you got to get into that old and read. If you get into it, you're going to be like, whoa. So there's a difference between Yahshua and who everybody calls Jesus Christ. It's a big difference. All right. Go ahead, bro. God's book of Esdras 48, 14, and 15. What you got for us, Steve?
I was going to say, also, we had been in class about that. Way before we got into it, about what happened at the Council of Nicaea. We went backtrace all the decisions they made on how he's going to be perceived, how his mother was going to be perceived. Like, so this should sound strange to you. And, going back to what we was on last week, the week before, with the last two sessions. When we tell you something here, it shouldn't blow your mind because we already had history on it and research on it long before we even got it to us.
Real spill.
And I took it as like, how was it, transition over to this knowledge? I said, what? Because we had already read it.
Already was on it, yeah. I'm already on the information.
Already on the information.
Now look right here. This Esdras 48, 14, and 15. Behold, Luamon and his angel hosts appeared in the heavens above Constantine's army, so that all the soldiers there saw the heavenly visitors. Now in history, this actually happened. Constantine, you all right, little joker? Constantine supposedly had a vision in the air of a cross. And he was told, in this sign you shall conquer. Right? Owaski is revealing it's a false God that appeared to Constantine, who dubbed himself the Christ. All right? So look what it says. It says, behold, Luamon and his angel hosts appeared in the heavens above Constantine, Hatua's army, so that all the soldiers there saw the heavenly visitors. Verse 15, and Luamon showed Constantine and the soldiers in the air of heaven a true cross. That's the P and the X we've been going over. A true cross on which was written in letters of blood, Il Christ. Precept, Acts 9 and 3. Suddenly there shined around about him a light from heaven. Owaski appeared in the heavens. In the air of heaven, a true cross. God's book of Esdras 47, 1 through 8. Luamon falsely announces himself the Christ. All this is in Owaski. I'm saying, if you get into it, you'll see, okay, this is Yahshua that's seen right here. And then right after his story, he go into how a false God would start pump faking like he was the Christ. And when he was saying Christ, he was basically saying he had all the knowledge. You know what I mean? And so from there, you need you a mortal to spread your doctrine. So he chooses Constantine, right? And that's when Constantine had the apparition in the sky. And this sign you're going to conquer. You know what I mean? This is the Christ, the whole story. So even though that's in history, the story actually is in Owaski. It goes deep into it. Yep. Watch this. And Paul had a similar vision. Paul had a vision of Christ in the sky, just like Constantine. All right, so look right here. It says, Luamon falsely announced himself the Christ. Verse 1, 47 and 1. The Lord said, behold, it came to pass as had been foretold by God, Jehovah, or the Creator's Son. The triunes or the trinities will all become false gods because they have denied the Almighty. That we got another lesson too. Maybe I can come back and do it sometime, but it's about the triune wars and the Holy Ghost, like the wars they was doing to spread this doctrine in every section of the earth. You know what I mean? And it's a doctrine that's actually against the Creator. They was joning on him. They was like, what is he? What do we praise? The all nothingness? Is he a ghost? You know what I mean? And it was these three false gods from different parts of the earth that stuck together, and then they start fighting against each other. They start fighting against each other. So now, instead of saying they were sons of the Holy Ghost, they all had to come out and pick a certain name, you know what I mean, a certain doctrine. So Luamong stepped out and said, well, bump it, I'm the Christ. I'm the all knowledge, you know what I mean? So now you got to find a mortal to go ahead and carry your doctrine, Constantine. Yeah, Constantine. And then right after that story, you go into how Islam was formed. All that's in the gospel. All of it. How the angel came to Muhammad and all that, and cited the Quran to him in the cave. You did. Crazy part about it, though, watch me tell you, it was Jibril. The Muslims tell you, any branch of Islam will tell you that Muhammad was hollering at Gabriel or Jibril in that cave, who taught him who Allah was. But Owaspi go deeper and tell you Jibril is Allah. He the one pump faking like he the God. Yeah, you get deep. You know what I mean? Then he convinced him to pull the sword for him. You did. And it's really because he was into it with Luamon, the Christ. Right? And they battling over Jerusalem, which y'all see today. Who fighting over Jerusalem today? Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Yeah, but see that war been going on since these false gods got into it and fell out. Yeah, it get deep. So look at this right here. It says the triunes will all become false gods because they have denied the Almighty. God said, there is but one who is all knowledge. Whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be all knowledge is false in the presence of the Creator. Look at this right here. 3. Nevertheless, Luamong had proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, which is the Amic expression for all knowledge. The Lord said, now therefore, Luamong was from this time forth a false god in heaven and on earth. You ever ask yourself, who is that coming with a name that ain't nobody ever heard of? Revelation 19, he coming with a name don't nobody know. You know Jesus. You know Yahshua, ain't nobody ever heard of Luamong. Right. Nobody. He coming with a name don't nobody know. Right? Who is old boy on that horse doing all that killing and got blood up to the horse's bridle for 200 miles? Who is he? Remember, he got a name ain't nobody ever heard of. Good night. Look at this right here. It said 5, and Luamong commanded Thoth, or Jibril, his angel warrior. So Jibril used to work for the Christ. Crazy. Now Luamong commanded Thoth, or Jibril, his angel warrior, in command of his earthly dominions, to raise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of said Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians. Now we all know the armies of the Christians is who know what their names are. The Knights Templar. The Knights Templar. The Knights Templar, the Crusades, you know what I mean?
Hey, so Thoth and Jibril are the same entity.
Yeah, this is another name he took. Not the Thoth, your boy Billy Carlson and the.
I'm talking about the
Yeah, it's not those guys. It's not one thing peculiar about the false gods. This is what they do. So they don't have to labor to establish their own name. They take famous names that came before them. And then they just change the doctrine up. You know what I mean? That happened with Osiris. That happened with Jehovah. That happened with all types of cats.
So is that the real Gabriel?
Yeah, Jibril.
And he's not with the Creator of all.
No.
What about the other archangels, Michael, Uriel?
Some say that's just Jewish myth or tradition. Wow. You know what I mean? But the reason why I can the reason I say this has credence is because Islam tell you that was Gabriel that hollered at Muhammad. They ain't saying Michael, Uriel, none of that. They saying no. Gabriel, who everybody called Gabriel, is Jibril. That's the dude that hollered at Muhammad. You know what I mean? That's in their own history. You feel me? So this lets you know, but trip off this. The whole inspiration is about war and blood. You feel me? Constantine was fighting a war against Maximus for the control of Rome. So you got the God telling you he the Christ of all knowledge, and he ain't inspiring for peace or happiness and benevolence. You like, nah, you about to go kill. You about to do a whole bunch of killing under this banner right here. You about to conquer. You about to do you about to spill a whole lot of blood under this banner. Put this symbol on all your flags. Put this symbol on all your shields. You about to conquer, right? And we always known that can't be the Yahshua. You know what I mean? Because that would mean the Roman Catholic Church got it right. Or we've always known this. Precept, basis of the Ezra Bible in OI Speed 1 and 59. The doctrine of these warriors was that knowledge, which implied general education, was the best preventative against crime and misery. Neither understood any man in those days that the word Christ had any reference to a man or person. Back then, it meant all knowledge. You know what I mean? Now, from the time of Moses to Ezra, there was an interval of 400 years in which the Jews had no written record. What's the proof of that? You go to the Apocrypha, 2 Ezra 14:21. For thy law is burnt. That means when they was in Babylon, they didn't have a Torah. The Torah was burnt. Right? So whatever Moses wrote, Israel didn't have that when they were slaves in Babylon. So that means the Torah you have today is written by who? It ain't Moses. They didn't have it then. They didn't have it then. Oh,
It's recorded too.
Now watch this. So this is Ezra in the Apocrypha. What does he say? He say, for your Torah is burnt. Your law is burnt. Therefore, no man knoweth the things that are done of thee or the work that shall begin. So when everybody tell you Genesis through Deuteronomy, Moses wrote those. That's a lie. Moses did not write what you have today as the Torah. No, it's right in the Bible. Yeah, it's right in the Bible. Some Bibles tell you the books of Moses. Yeah, but the Torah, it's impossible. Moses wrote it because they didn't have a Torah in Babylon.
Not Jewish scholars. They tell you that don't let know who wrote Genesis and stuff.
That's crazy.
They say that Moses didn't write.
Moses, see? So we run around thinking Moses wrote the Torah and he didn't. Not what you had today. Moses' writings been off the scene, been burnt. So look at this. Back to the old WASP, it says the age of the Ezra Bible is not therefore from the time of Moses, but from the time of Ezra. Good night. So that's around 450 BC. All right, there go that cross again, y'all. The Chi in the row. Y'all see the symbol? Y'all seen the symbol before? The P and the X.
You know what's funny? That look like a pirate symbol.
It does. It does. It does. But that's the original cross right there.
So was this symbol used by Yahshua or no?
No. No.
So that's a false symbol from a false God.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. And it's the Chi in the row, and it represents the first letters of the Christ. But it ain't got nothing to do with Yahshua, the first century revolutionary Messiah from Palestine. It ain't got nothing to do with him. Right? It's a Greek symbol. It's a Greek, and then the Romans adopted it. You know what I mean? Watch this right here. Watch that. You'll see this stuff. You'll see it on coins. Look at this. Ptolemy III, 246 to 222 BC. Look at this coin. This goes back to the Greek occupation. What y'all notice? Y'all see the front of the coin right here. What y'all see on the back of it? Y'all see an eagle? Look at the between the eagle's legs. What you see? There go that symbol again. It's the Chi in a row. The Macedonian word for cross is Christ. That's the symbol that appeared to Constantine. In this sign, you gonna conquer. Good night.
Probably a sigil.
You heard me?
Boy.
You heard me?
Mess around with me, you heard?
Right. So look at this. Christian precept, Wikipedia right here. In some languages, people with the name or sometimes name after the cross, not after Christ, which the term Christian means baptized and has the same as the word for cross. Chi in a row once again. Constantine 320 AD. God said, back to Hawaii, God said that man may know this is true. Behold, the followers of the Creator are not warriors, nor have they ever been. Because remember, the Creator ain't appearing to you telling you to go spill no blood. The fact that he saw the symbol and went and spilled blood proves that that whole doctrine ain't got nothing to do with the Creator. The fact that Muhammad raised the sword for Allah and spilled all that blood, that proves that the doctrine ain't from the Creator. The Creator never tell you to go spill blood, go to war, kill. You see? That's why it's important to know the character. Once you understand the character, you can't be fooled. You like, yeah, whatever. You ain't trick no good. You ain't finna fool me. You ain't finna fool me with that one. Trick no good. Yeah, it ain't right. Do that make sense? In any time frame you lived in. Well, you know, that was just back in the day, 1,400 years ago. We did that back. Man, Negro, please. I wish I would touch a little girl. You lost your mind. So look what it says. It says, the Creator said, this mark put I upon man from the time of Cain to the present day, that whoso raises his hand against his brother raises his hand against me also. And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world. Behold, I alone am all knowledge. So that you want to prove if it's from me or not, if the doctrine is about warfare and all that, it ain't. It ain't. Or WASP, based on the Ezra Bible, 159. Lu among the false god now changed his name and falsely called himself Christ, which is the Amic word for knowledge, and he raised up tribes of mortal warriors who called themselves Christians, who are warriors to this day. The doctrines of these warriors was that knowledge, which implied general education, was the best preventative against crime and ministry. Neither understood any man in those days that the word Christ had any reference to a man or person. And then it goes back into the time of the Ezra Bible, and how at the Bible you have today is from the time of Ezra at best. At best, it's from the time of Ezra. All right, now let's go over here and talk about Saul of Tarsus. Let's talk about Paul. Break that down, Nehemiah. What you mean, brother?
In that same passage, it tells you that he had made over 100 books. Wow. Some of those was hidden until a time that will come later. So it's impossible to call this Old Testament the Old Testament, because the Old Testament that he wrote got way more books than this.
Nehemiah, do you mean to tell me Ezra had 204 books of the Torah? 204 books, then was told to hide 70. You remember that story? Hide 70, put them up for the wise, so 204 minus 70 is what? 134 books of Torah. All you got is 5 books of the Torah. The whole Old Testament is only what? 39 books? The entire Standard Bible, Continental Bible, the King James Bible is what? 66. So we'll give you 8 at best, right? And that's not even Torah. The Torah is the first 5 books. All you got is 5 books of Torah when you're supposed to have at least 204 or 134 dealing with Ezra. Public ain't even got Ezra's Bible, nor Moses. So you don't know who wrote your records. You know, we over here at it, man, they're so flawless and infallible, and Rabino Moses wrote it. You don't know if a man that like laying with midgets wrote that. You don't even know. You don't know. Denisha just said that they don't even know who wrote the Torah. So you don't know what he's into. You feel me? And I'm saying that to say because men like Jerome, who wrote the Latin Vulgate, had their hands on the Bible, and he was a necromancer. Like playing with dead corpses. Yeah, Jerome, Jerome, the Vulgate. He wrote the Vulgate, like the 420s and all that. He was a necromancer. So that's what I'm saying. When you run around here trying to make fun about who wrote what, look, you really don't want to have that conversation. Not dealing with the Bible. You just read it and draw your inspiration about it the best way you can. But you don't want to get to who wrote what and how it was compiled, because your feelings gonna get hurt. Yeah. Your feelings gonna be hurt behind that one. You don't know what this man is into. All right. Let's get into this, man. Was Saul Paul of Tarsus a false apostle? This one right here is going to be kind of tough. What you'll find out, if you find yourself offended, it's because a lot of people actually don't even follow Yahshua. They follow Paul. Rightfully so. He got the majority of the books in the New Testament. A man that never met who we call Yahshua, never met him in the flesh, never met him. His only claim to being an apostle is he had a vision. Right? Now, none of his visions add up. When we go into Acts 9, Acts 22, Acts 26, his story got holes in it. You see? And according to him, the Christ appeared to him in the earth, just like the Christ appeared to Constantine. That's why I went and showed that first. Like, it's the same situation. You know what I mean? You was already doing some killing. You know, you was on your way to do some more killing. The Christ appeared to you in the earth, you dig? And now you got all the books in the Bible, the New Testament for the most part. You got the final authority and say so. You feel me? So let's get into this. Acts chapter 1, verse 21 through 26. A lot of people don't understand the Bible has prerequisites, if you want to call it that, or you got to meet a certain standard if you want to call yourself an apostle. There are requirements involved.
Yes, Peter.
No one can't just pop up and call themselves an apostle, especially today. You know what I mean? You got men today who call themselves chief.
But you got a lot of people in the churches now is saying that the Holy Spirit told them that they're now an apostle.
Yeah. But trip off this. Anybody can say that. That's the crazy part.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Your own vision is subjective to everybody else. It may be objective to you. I don't knock no spiritual experience anybody said they had. I'm not gonna argue about that. You saying 1 million angels appeared to you looking jet black and like Denzel Washington, okay, that's the vision you had. You feel me? But it's subjective to us. To you, it may be objective. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna knock that Jesus, something appeared to you in the sky. You feel me? So anybody can say, my point being, anybody can say that. The Holy Spirit told me I was an apostle and ordained by the Holy Spirit to come through and anoint all y'all up in her. Anybody can say that. You know what I mean? Anybody can say that. So let's go over the requirements it takes to be an apostle. All right? Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. Now watch this. Now this is Peter talking. He said, wherefore these men which have company with us all the time that the Master Yahshua went in and out among us, beginning from the baptism of John until that same day he was taken up from us, must one be ordained. Must one be ordained to be a witness of his resurrection. So Peter's saying, out of anybody that's with us, that company with us all the time, that the Messiah went in and out among us. So you had to be there from day one. You had to be there from the moment this movement kicked off, and you witnessed him coming in.
You better be at day one
and going out.
You should be happy, boy. Day one.
Hey, so that proves you had to actually know him. You had to meet him. You had to know him. How else was you going to witness him coming in and going out amongst the brethren? And notice he gave a time frame. He said beginning from his baptism. So you witnessed the Messiah get baptized. Beginning from his baptism up until he resurrected. If you don't fit that, you just not no apostle, Jack. That's it. You had to physically know this man. You had to been there and saw his cousin baptize him, and you had to see him shoot about it. Hey, if that look, if that just don't fit you, then you just not no apostle. That's it. Go be something else. You go be a fancy elder or something. a deacon or whatever you want, whatever badge you want to slap on your chest, whatever you want to call yourself, but you're not no apostle. If you didn't witness the Messiah going in and out amongst the brethren, if you didn't witness the baptism, if you didn't witness the ascension, sit down. I'm calling yourself an apostle. Right? Let's keep reading. Watch this. Verse 3. And they appointed two, Joseph, called Barsabas, who was surnamed Justus, and Mattathias. So that means Joseph and Mattathias, or Joseph and Matthew, right? Were what? They witnessed his baptism. They witnessed the ascension. They witnessed him going in and out. For them to pick them two, right? Verse 24. What they do next? They pray. They said, man, we got to go ahead and put the spirit on. Let's pray about this situation, right? And they prayed and said, thou, Lord, who knowest the hearts of all men, show whether these two thou hast chosen. So out of Joseph or Matthew, who about to be the apostle that take Judas' place? That's what all this is about, right? Watch this. That he may take part of what? This ministry. Not Paul popping up talking about my gospel. And what? No, Paul's not here at all.
Wait a minute, he being considered?
Nah, he wasn't even around.
Oh. So let me get this right.
Talk to us.
Our Apostle Paul, who fit none of the criteria.
That will make him what? Self-proclaimed.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
That will make him self-proclaimed. That means, like I was saying about somebody saying the Holy Spirit, anybody can walk up and make their mouth say whatever.
What?
You know what I mean?
Did he have himself in this too, though? Paul?
What you mean, brother?
You say that because Satan himself can disguise himself as the angel of
Light.
Go back and say that again. Say that again.
Satan can disguise himself and look like the angel of light.
Right.
So what did he see? What light did he see? It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Because the Bible tells me so.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
So what did he really see? And didn't Jesus teach on the Torah we have, according to the biblical narrative, teach? In the mouth of how many witnesses?
2 or 3.
That everything gets established.
Right.
You can't trust a man of sin without. So how can you have one and no witness? We're going to come across that men don't have testimonies, all scrambled. How did we allow this man to walk in and receive the answer?
It was easy too.
Easy.
I mean, look, he
Over 2,000 years.
he got over half the books of the New Testament.
And listen, Jesus never read Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, none of those Bibles.
Good night.
Oh, wait.
Look what this says right here, verse 25. That he may take part of this ministry and apostleship. So they already got the whole program going on. There's no need for somebody to come later and say, look, this is what I'm doing. And I'm going over here to teach like this. The whole point of picking another apostle so this apostle could take part in what we already got going on. Because Yahshua gave us this ministry, gave us this mission, this whole movement. So in other words, they already got charged to handle their business. Dude pop up years later out of nowhere, just like, hey, look, I got a revelation. This is what I'm doing. If you ain't with me, you're damned. We're going to read it. Watch this. It says, from which Judas by transgression failed that he might go to his own place. Watch this. And they gave forth their lots. So they cast lots over this. Meaning they shook something up and threw it on the ground like you do dice today. And however them dice land is God's decision. Okay. Yeah, he ain't crap out. That go to matter. And that's what the lots were. They were rolling. And however they fall, that's the will of God. All right. And they gave forth their lots, and the lot fell upon Mattathias, and he was numbered with the 11 apostles. Apostleship, no excuses. Point 1. Had to be a day one. Had to be around and witness the Messiah coming in and going out amongst the other apostles. Point number 2. Had to witness the Messiah's baptism. Point number 3. Had to witness the Messiah's ascension. These are the requirements for all apostles. Saul or Paul or anyone claiming to be an apostle outside of these requirements is false before the Creator. Ooh-wee. Ordination, point number 1. Joseph and Mattathias were selected by the apostles, so obviously they were around to be witnesses. Ordination, point number 2. The apostles prayed and then they cast lots. Point number 3. The lots fell on Mattathias. He becomes the 12th apostle. No, there are no 13 apostles. This was the ordination process an apostle had to go through. Saul's whole claim to being an apostle was solely based on his revelation, and not on the above requirements. Galatians 1:11-12. Saul of Tarsus defends his ministry. It tells you that in most Bibles when you read it right there. It's a subtitle. It says he got to defend his ministry. Why? Why he got to defend his? No, it's his ministry. He supposed to be taking part of their ministry that they already got going on. So why he got to defend what? Why he got to defend what he's saying? It must be under attack. Who are the men that got the authority to attack Paul's apostleship? The real apostles. Ain't nobody else. Ain't nobody else that got authority to tell you you ain't no apostle. But the apostles, right? So Paul defends it. Galatians 1:11. But I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached of me is not after man. Verse 12. For I neither received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Jesus Christ. According to Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. The gospel he preaches doesn't come after mortal men. Point number 2, he didn't receive his gospel from mortal men. Point number 3, nor was he taught what he preaches by mortal men. Admitting this means he wasn't taught by the apostles of the Messiah, nor the earthly Yahshua before he was murdered. He's saying, I ain't get it from man. Y'all, there's only one set of men that can give it to him. So he indirectly taking shots at them. I got mine by revelation. I ain't learned from them. I didn't learn from the men that learned from Yahshua. What I'm doing is something different. My dream in the revelation says something different than what they're doing. Right? Watch this. Watch this. He telling you what it is. I ain't get what I got from no man. No. Mine came from revelation.
Mine came from the angel of light.
But you never asked yourself, there's only one group of men that can give you this.
I ain't get my teacher, you know what I'm saying?
You do. And it's crazy because if that's the case, then why did the Messiah leave leadership in place? You feel me? It's protocols. You can't just wake up, sniff the Folgers, and say, "Oh, I think I'm just going to join the movement today." It's protocol to this. And it's like that with any movement you think you're about to join. You don't just wake up, yawn, and say, "I think I want to be in the scene now." Okay, well, there's a whole process you got to go through, buddy. You just can't just pop up and start doing your own thing, right? Saul's whole claim to being an apostle was based on his revelation that he experienced on the famous road to Damascus. A self-proclaimed apostle with 3 different conversion stories. How many of y'all knew that his story got loopholes in it? How many of y'all knew? Y'all knew that? Y'all been on a little taste? Yeah, Paul's whole story, which the reason why this is major is because without the vision, you're not an apostle. That's your whole claim to fame. I saw Jesus in the sky on the ways to Damascus. I didn't learn from none of these men who I used to persecute. I ain't learned from none of them. You'd have thought if this man, real brother, appeared to you, that you would humble yourself and say, "Hey, look, man, I understand now. I'm sorry for, splitting your head to the white meat 3 years ago. You know what I mean? But I really believe in what y'all doing now." Like, that's the right thing to do. Like, if you really had a change of heart, and the real Yahshua really appeared to you, right? You would humble yourself before his biological little brother, James, and them, and say, "You know what? Hey, man, my bad, bro. I couldn't see it at the time." But he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
You can see Paul in it or not.
A hell not, huh, Mama on them hell nots. Mama on them hell nots.
The majority of the Christianity walk is following after Paul.
Yeah.
He got his own Bible.
Yeah, if you listen to most folks, when they quote the New Testament, it's Paul they quote.
Yeah.
They're not even quoting the Messiah at all. And then people don't even notice. Do y'all notice Paul never quotes the Gospels at all? He never quotes Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
He posted. I think he'll post some of the daily stuff.
Yeah, he don't quote the Gospels.
He don't.
And the reason for that is because Paul's letters predate the Gospels. The Gospels wasn't even written after Jerusalem fell. The earliest Gospel was Mark. It wasn't written in 70 AD. Paul was writing in the 40s, 50s. Yeah, all you gotta do is do a little bit of research, a little bit. I'm gonna go over some of it today. Y'all gonna be like, hold on, what you? Paul's letters predate the Gospels. Ain't that something? So that means, y'all, the New Testament really don't start with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It starts with Paul's letters. If you going off chronology, and by the date everything was written, Paul's letters was first. Man, I'm telling you, the rabbit hole is crazy. It gets deeper and deeper, man. Watch this right here. Acts 9, 1-3, 5-7. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus, and suddenly there shined around about him a light from heaven. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Now look at verse 7, y'all. This is major. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless. So they're still standing. They ain't on the ground. They stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Remember that. The people that was with Paul in Acts 9, they didn't hit the ground. They were standing. They heard a voice speaking, but they didn't see anyone. Right? According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. Acts 9 chapter. A light from heaven surrounded Paul. Paul fell to the earth and heard the voice of Jesus. The men with him didn't fall. The men with him heard the voice of Jesus, but didn't see Jesus. Let's go to the next account. Acts 22, 6-9. And it came to pass that as I made my journey and was come near unto Damascus about noon, suddenly there shone from heaven a great light round about me. And I fell unto the ground and heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice. But they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Hold on. Hold on. Acts 9. So hold on. What did Acts 9 say? Let's go back up for a second. 9 and 7 says, and the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Acts 22. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. According to this conversion account about Paul of Tarsus, the following is true. A great light from heaven surrounded Saul. The men with him saw that light. Saul falls to the ground. Saul heard the voice of Jesus. The men with Saul didn't hear the voice of Jesus. So did they hear the voice or didn't they hear it? Which one is it? I remember, and the reason this is so important again, because without this experience, he ain't got no claim to be an apostle. So which one is it? Did they hear you? Did they hear Jesus' voice or didn't they? Did y'all all hit the ground or just you hit the ground? Did they see the light or only you? Did you see the light? Which one is it? Watch this right here. You get deeper. Acts 26, 12-15. He say that a lot, trying to convince you. Right? I ain't lying. Well, y'all know if somebody always telling you or trying to convince you they not lying, they lying. Right? Acts 26 and 13. At midday, O king, I saw in the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. And when we all were fallen to the earth, hold on. In the other two accounts, only Paul fell. In this account, they all hit the ground. And we were all fallen to the earth. I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, while persecuted thou me, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And I said, who art thou, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecuted. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. A light from heaven surrounded Paul, and those with him, they all fell to the earth. Wait a minute, I think you had your hand up.
Well, my question was, what compelled him to give, what compelled him to keep repeating the story?
He got locked up a few times and had to defend himself. Like, in other words, he had to explain whose authority was he preaching in. So then he had to go back over, well, look, man, I got blinded on my way to Damascus going to kill them. And then Jesus appeared to me and, but he kept getting the story wrong, right? As anyone can see, these three revelation or conversion accounts contradict each other. Why is this so important? Remember what Saul of Tarsus said earlier. His apostleship and the gospel he preaches is solely and wholly based on his revelation. If his revelation account has holes in it, then we must naturally question his authority or apostleship. Let's take a closer look. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Acts 9:7. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Acts 22:9. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me that taught thee to kick against the pricks? Acts 26:14. Saul openly defends his ministry and boldly declares the gospel he preaches wasn't given to him by a mortal man, but by revelation from Jesus Christ. The only mortal men who could challenge Saul's authority as an apostle on a level to where Saul had to respond would be the true apostles. 1 Corinthians. Now watch this, because we're going to be navigating through his letters today. And when I tell y'all, the man tells on himself. Leave the Bible alone. Stop trying to take away from it. Should we take the letters of Paul out? No. Leave it right where it's at so we can read it. That's why it's all confusion now. You don't know what's been added to, what's been taken from. Leave the Bible, the Holy Bible, the way it is so we all can read it and come to an understanding on what it is or what it ain't. All right? Now watch this. 1 Corinthians 9:5. Look what Paul say. Am I not an apostle? Why is that up for question? Why is he writing to the assembly of Corinth and he asking them, am I not an apostle? Am I not free? Have I not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? Are you not my work in the Lord? So he admits his authority as an apostle is being questioned and that the church at Corinth is his work, or as he puts it, my work. Wow. Verse 2. If I be not an apostle unto others, yet doubtless I am to you. So he knew he wasn't an apostle to other folks. He knew, like, look, man, look, I'm catching all smoke out here. You did? Because he knew he wasn't no apostle to everybody. Right? If I be not an apostle unto others, yet doubtless I am to you. For the seal of mine apostleship are you in the Lord. So he admits that he's not an apostle unto others, and that the church of Corinth is the proof or seal of his apostleship. And then I got LOL on her. That don't make no sense. So not the requirements and ordination ritual for being an apostle that we read earlier. He's saying his only proof or evidence of being an apostleship, or his seal of his apostleship, is the church of Corinth. That's what he's saying. In other words, he don't got the requirements mentioned in Acts. He's saying the proof or evidence of his apostleship is the assembly in Corinth. Don't make sense. 3, my answer to them that do examine me is this. He admits there is a group of men that are casting judgment on his supposed authority. Verse 4, have we not power to eat and drink? Obviously, there is a certain level of authority an apostle has. If Saul's apostleship is being questioned, then so is his authority. Verse 5, have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles, and as the brethren of the master and Cephas? So he admits to the existence of the true apostles and included the brothers of Yahshua amongst them, as well as Cephas. Amplified Bible, 1 Corinthians 9:3. This is my defense to those who would put me on trial and interrogate me concerning my authority as an apostle. Look at that. He understood that every day out here scrutinizing what he's doing. He understand that. Look, he gonna get put on trial about this whole you claiming you an apostle, and he's admitting it. He's straight admitting it. 1 Corinthians 9:5, Aramaic Bible in plain English. And why is it illegal for us to travel with a sister/wife as other apostles? And that's the brothers of our Lord and as Caiaphas. Galatians 1 verses 1 through 2. Another letter of Paul. Watch this. Dude telling on himself. Galatians or Galatians. Paul, an apostle, not of men, neither by man, but by Jesus Christ and God the Father who raised him from the dead. Verse 2. And all the brethren which are with me unto the churches of Galatia. Verse 1 is yet another example of Saul declaring to be an apostle, but not of men or a man. The only men who had the power and authority to challenge Saul concerning the Messiah are the apostles. 2. Notice Paul makes it clear. He's talking about a specific group of people that are with him, as opposed to who or whom he's about to go in about. Notice Saul goes to the extent of cursing and condemning anyone who taught another gospel than his. The word gospel proves he's not addressing the biblical Sadducees and Pharisees. Notice how much he's about to use the term. Galatians 1:6-11. I marvel that you are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ and to another gospel. Even though he says another, he still admits that what is being taught is still a gospel or messianic, meaning it's a message of Messiah. You know what I mean? It's just different than his gospel. It's just different than his. That's why he keeps saying another gospel. He ain't talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They don't preach the gospel. So if it's Paul's gospel and then it's somebody else out here preaching the gospel, who is he talking about? Who are the men that's teaching the gospel? Opposite of what he's teaching. Watch this. Verse 7. Which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and will pervert the gospel of Christ. Saul admits this other gospel is troubling the church of Galatia and is a perversion from his doctrine called the gospel of Christ. Verse 8. Watch this. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. That means damned, condemned. So now he's cursing anybody teaching something different than him. He's condemning them. And he went so hard to say, I don't care if an angel come teach you something different than what I taught you. Because he said we, the brethren with him. So he said, I don't care if it's an angel to come teach you something different than what we, his crew, say. They're damned or condemned. Well, I mean, bro, why you got to go that hard? What you out here cursing somebody else that's talking about Yahshua like you? You know what I mean?
It's because of the truth.
Yeah.
You can't stand
it. Yeah, there you go. Watch this. Watch this. Verse 8. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we had preached unto him, let him be accursed. According to Saul, this other gospel, when anyone pushing it, including the angel, is condemned. Verse 9. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that you have received, let him be accursed. Any man, y'all, would include the true apostles in Jerusalem. He say any man. These are men who are in charge of Yahshua's movement, and they in Jerusalem teaching. So any man would also include the apostles. Let's take a closer look into who and whom Saul Tarsus is condemning and cursing. Watch this. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, Clementine Homilies, first century writings from Peter and James and all Christian library. Excellent read. Y'all get some of that whenever you get a chance to. Let's show y'all. Clement actually wrote it under the tutelage of Peter. Yeah. So you'll see that the Nazarene Acts and the Clementines Had the same literature in them. Now look at this. This is an epistle of Peter to James. Most don't know James is Jesus' biological brother. This right here is by Robert Eisenman. It's an excellent read. It's over 1,000 pages. It's called James, the Brother of Jesus. The key to unlocking the secrets of early Christianity and the Dead Sea Scrolls. I actually got this at the crib as well. Excellent read. Dude is a professor. He's still kicking too. He's about 80 years old. And I'm telling you that they be trying to jump this dude. They be trying to beat him up. Like when he go give lectures and all that, they be straight trying to beat up this old dude. You know what I mean? But he be speaking that truth, man, like real still. All right, so he going to Jesus' brother. We're going to go into the Messiah's brothers and his family and all that today as well. You understand? Because he actually left them in charge of his movement. All right, so y'all check out James, the Brother of Jesus by Robert Eisenman. Excellent read. Blow your mind. All right, now watch this. Look what it says right here. Epistle of Peter to James. Notice how Peter talks to James. It says Peter to James, the Lord or Master and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through Jesus Christ, which is peace always. So Peter acknowledges James as the leader of Yahshua's movement, not Paul. Not Paul. Right? Most people don't even know that Jesus had straight brothers and sisters. Most church folk. Because you so just pushing this whole thing that his mama was a virgin forever. It don't fathom in your mind that she had children. You understand? Even the Bible tell you that Joseph went into Mary after the Messiah was born. And regardless of how you're trying to play it, if she was a virgin when he was conceived or not, that ain't my argument. The fact of the matter is, this man had, 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Straight up, and it's straight tell you in the Bible. You know what I mean? And James was the one left in charge. It was his little brother by 2 years. History knows him as James the Just, James the Righteous. You understand? So watch this. So you see, Peter acknowledges James. This is the letter of Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through Jesus Christ, which is peace always. Watch this right here. Look how Clement talks to James. Epistle of Clement to James. Clement to James, the Lord and the Bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of the who? Hebrews, and the churches everywhere. Excellently founded by the providence of God, with the elders and deacons and the rest of the brethren. Peace always. So you got Peter announcing that James rules, or is the one leading the movement. You got Clement, a Gentile, telling you, no, James is the one running this thing. Right? You understand? It's not even Peter that's running it. It's James. It ain't Paul that's running it. It's James. All right, now watch this. This right here is Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. You had the same literature in it as the homilies or the recognitions of Clement. Excellent read. Excellent read. Now watch this right here. Bang. I zoomed in for y'all. Now Peter goes into false apostles. He goes into false apostles. All right. And he let it be known, like, look, y'all not supposed to just be accepting anybody that skip around here and claim that they, you know what I mean, got the Holy Ghost and claim they apostles now. He's like, don't just be believing just what somebody say. All right. Now, what's in highlight? He say, and this is Peter or Simon Kiefer talking. He say, therefore, our master, which is Yahshua, confirming the worship of one Yah, answered him. It is written, you will worship Yahweh your Elohim, and him only you will serve. Now, this is talking about when, y'all know the story, when Jesus was tempted by the devil on the mountain or whatever, out in the wilderness. Remember how he responded to the devil and all that? Peter going back over there. So he was like, he say, and he, meaning the devil, terrified by this answer and fearing lest the true obedience of the one and true Yahweh should be restored, hastened straightway to send into this world false Nabim, A Nabim is a prophet. So Peter is teaching that when the Messiah checked the devil and told him, "No, I only worship the Creator," it said that terrified the devil. So he made it his business to raise up false prophets. And then it says, and false shlikim, that's an apostle, and false apostles, and false morim, that's a teacher, and false teachers, who should speak indeed in the name of Messiah, Mashiach, but should accomplish the will of a demon. Hold on. So that means everybody that got Yahshua or Christ's name on their lips, they could be speaking in the name of a demon and you don't even know it. Mm-hmm. Now remember, Paul saying Christ appeared to him in the sky on the road to Damascus. He can't get his story correct, right? So Peter taught that, look, man, when Yahshua checked the devil was so terrified that he made it his business to raise up false prophets, apostles, and teachers. And they got the ability to speak in the name of Christ or Yahshua or Jesus, however you call him today, but they really will be accomplishing the will of a demon. Chapter 35, false apostles. Now look what Peter says. He says, so observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher. You believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem, the testimonial of Yaakov, James, Yahshua's brother. He say, look, if James don't stamp him valid, don't receive him. Or of whosoever may come after him. For no one, unless he is going up there, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Messiah, unless I say he brings a testimonial from there, is by any means to be received. Peter say, look, if he ain't been stamped valid by James or anybody that come after James, don't even receive him. Because he will be teaching exactly what they are. They all talk the same thing. So he's saying, look, if he ain't coming this way, you don't receive him. Nehemiah, you got something to say. I see you. Go ahead, talk to him.
Listen, it's like when you send somebody, you send them in your name and that authority, it will make sense for those 12 and those who walked with him, because they witness all his testimonies. Because they counseled with him. So there was any questions that they had about anything they saw or been through. Yeah. The master teacher was right there to break it down. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody come around here and give you a ragu vision.
What you call it, boy?
A ragu vision.
A ragu vision.
It's like you walk up y'all today and saying, I walk across the street inside here. Right there in the middle. Now in the little house. You will hit that with all through. That's how they should be.
Real spill, man. Now watch this right here, y'all. This right here, y'all see me scrolling through is more of Peter's letter to James. And what he's basically saying, we ain't gonna read all of it. What he's basically saying is like, look, it's false people out here misrepresenting what we've been placed in charge with or trust. He's saying, look, we got to come up with a system to vet these cats. You can't just let anybody skip up in here and say what they want. All right. And that's what happened. They came up with a certain order on who could teach and who couldn't to preserve what Yahshua gave them. So in the red, it says right here, as we see, the Nazarene apostles had a doctrine of reserve that every teacher in the movement had to be initiated into. Now, this is the initiation. 6 years of training under a true apostle. Paul never had that. Eventual circumcision, if not already done. And it is sealed with baptism or immersion. All right. Now, when y'all get a chance, read that whole letter of Peter to James. You'll see it. You'll be like, whoa, they came up with a whole system. And they had to. Because it was so many. Paul and them was out there misrepresenting and false flagging. All right. So look what it says. Does Saul of Tarsus meet the requirements of being an apostle? No. Did Saul of Tarsus go through any ordination process to become an ordained apostle? No. Did Saul of Tarsus go through the Nazarene initiation process and trial to become a certified teacher? No. Galatians 1:17 through 21. Look what he say. Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them, which were apostles before me. Oh, look at him. He's like, I ain't even go check in with these niggas. I ain't even go check in. But we reading that, look, that's the order. You got to come check in with the leaders in them. You can't just pop outside and say, oh, yeah, me too. This is what I do. Yeah, no. So in Galatians 1, Paul tell you, he say, when he got his revelation, he ain't go to Jerusalem. Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me, but I went into Arabia. What you doing in Arabia? That ain't the mission. Why are you in Saudi Arabia, Paul? Go ahead.
Here's another thing, y'all. People always run around here and tell you that Paul is, the teacher of Gentiles. That's why a lot of those who don't know who we are claim that we are Gentiles. Run and gravitate to Paul. But it's funny. Why would you need a teacher to the Gentiles when Christ sent them out 2 by 2 into all earth? Teach all nations. That was one of the end commandments. So why would you need a 13th apostle to do what you was already commanded to do by his master teacher? Don't make no sense for him. And with Valley Red, this should drive us your spirit because the best way to stop a movement is to imitate, infiltrate, and be awesome. That's the best way to stop a movement. You can't kill a man, he's already won. Right? So the only way you can do it is to do what? Infiltrate it biblically. And in the minds of the people in the congregation. Because I only want to hear the Messiah, because as soon as you say something in the Bible, y'all want to know what the Messiah said? They flip clean to Paul. They do. Well, Moses said,
Paul. They love him some Paul, boy. You get jumped. You get jumped talking about Paul.
You would.
Yeah, they used to jump you. Like they straight love this dude. They straight love this dude.
Never quoted Paul. You never even walked with Paul. Who you? Who you?
Why he go to Arabia? Yeah. Eventually he came up there. But watch this though. Remember, the whole time he out there talking crazy against them, and not just them, the laws. So they actually forced him to take that in front of everybody. He was like, "Look," James told him. He say, "To prove to us that what we hearing is wrong, hey, we got men with vials on them. You pay for it. Pay for their vial. You take it too. That way we all may know everything we hear is just hogwash, Paul. Right? And thousands of them watching. You feel me? So they kind of pumped him into taking it because if he don't take it, then that proves what they've been hearing about him is true. Yeah. And then they almost killed that man.
They already slept him.
Yeah, they wasn't playing with him. But no, they had the Secret Service waiting on him though. Like imagine having like 400 soldiers of the Praetorian Guard waiting on you, and as soon as it pop in Jerusalem, they just whisk in and carry you away. That's like me and him doing something we ain't got no business doing, and out of nowhere the Secret Service pull up, grab Nehemiah, and just whisk him up out of there and just leave me just high and dry. Well, who you working with? What kind of authority this man got to where the Praetorian Guard whisk in and just grab him? Who he really working for? Look at this right here. So notice what he say. He say, but I went into Arabia and returned again into Damascus. So his gospel doesn't come from Jerusalem or from the apostles. Arabia, Damascus. Paul, you know what you're supposed to do. Verse 18. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and abode with him 15 days. Peter's an apostle. Verse 19. But other the apostles saw I none save James, the master's brother. According to Paul, James is an apostle and he Yahshua's brother. Paul's letters are very, very important to understanding what he's on because he tell everything to you. He ain't trying to hide the fact he don't like none of them. You feel me? Remember, he just said, I ain't get my stuff from any man. Well, these are men. These are the men in charge of the movement. So finally, he in Jerusalem. He said, all right, let me go on up here. After I spent 3 years in Damascus, Arabia, you know, I'm out here just winging my answers and doing my, okay, finally I got to go check in. He go check in, right? And he admits that James is an apostle, Peter is an apostle, and that James is actually a biological brother of the one who started this whole movement, who we call Yahshua. Because I heard people ask me that, well, why you know that's the James? Your beloved Paul said that that's his brother. No, there's nothing else to argue about. Paul told you James and Yahshua are brothers. So what, we gonna argue against Paul now? Watch this. Watch this, verse 20. Now the things which I write unto you, behold, before God I lie not. Y'all, you gotta believe me. I ain't lying, y'all. So you know somebody got in that vibration constantly telling you that they not lying, that means they lying. Right? This right here says round 2. This was an actual debate. I put Captain Zaryak of the UPK in a blender using this same document right here. This was the one. Yeah, destroyed that boy. They voted for me in his backyard. It was look, it was textbook. It was so marvelous. You feel me? They was like, man, bro, you got handled. Yeah. I already know. Round 2, right? Just who was Saul of Tarsus cursing and condemning? Look what he say right here, y'all. We read this all the time. 2 Corinthians 11 and 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Saul of Tarsus, 2 Corinthians 11 and 13. Now, hold on. Why he ain't say false bishops or false deacons or false elders? He's specific with this, y'all. He's calling apostles, right? Now, he just admitted James was an apostle. Peter was an apostle. All right, y'all, make no mistake about it. He's talking about the apostles. There ain't no more. Ain't no other apostles but the ones in Jerusalem. And then according to Paul, he won. But if he's saying these cats are false apostles, he ain't talking about himself. So who he calling false then? The apostles. You feel me? He ain't talking about Geno Jennings in Philadelphia.
You said that all of them teachers are false.
Exactly. So much so that he called them false. And the word there is apostles, y'all. It's not deacons. It's not bishops. It's not elders. Why he's saying apostles? And just off his own mouth in Galatians, we just read who are some of the apostles. Didn't we? All right, so who you calling false then? Right? But don't worry about it. He about to call them by name some more. He can't help himself. That's one thing about Paul. He can't help himself. He gonna call you by name. He gonna call you by name. Watch this. 2 Corinthians 11, 4 through 5. And then 12 through 15. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if you receive another spirit, which you have not received, or another gospel, which you have not accepted, you might well bear well. Saul admits there is another Jesus, which with another spirit attached to another gospel, which is different from his. So this is messianic beef. Like this ain't, when he say that, he's not talking to a Pharisee. He's not talking to a Sadducee. He's talking about those preaching the gospel or the message of who Jesus or Yahshua is. That's what he's talking about.
He's trying to destroy them so that his doctrine.
There you go. There you go. And see, until we slow down and read this, you never see hold on, who is he talking about? This dude talking heavy. Right? Verse 5. For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. What does that mean? Look, Saul throws them under the bus and calls them super apostles and says he is in no way inferior to the true apostles. This also proves the apostles are the ones preaching another gospel, as Saul puts it. Now look what 2 Corinthians says in the good word, God's word translation. Look what he say. I don't think I'm inferior in any way to your super apostles. So he done called them pseudo false apostles. Now he calling them super apostles, And he's saying, I ain't inferior to none of them.
So if Paul is worshiping whoever this life was that came to kill, it made him all kinds of gold promises to be able to come out like that.
Yeah, and also remember, he already was against what they was doing from the jump. He just switched up his modus of operandi, his mode of operation. That's all he did. Okay, well, I can't kill all of them off, right? How about I infiltrate and destroy it from the inside with information? That's what he's doing. And he starts sending his letters to all the assemblies that the apostles already are teaching in, right? And he's defending his message, right? So we got him throwing them under the bus. Now they're super apostles. And I ain't inferior to none of them. Then he just called them false apostles. Don't forget, he also cursed and condemned them. He said, if anybody teach any other gospel than what we teach, count them accursed. I ain't learned what I learned from any man. It's starting to unfold now because, bro, especially if you put on there false apostles, you talking about them. Because ain't no others. Ain't no other apostles. Yeah. Yeah, ain't so the fact you saying false apostles mean you talking about them. Oh wait, 2 Corinthians 11 and 12. Now look what let me show y'all how bold this cat is. we read this verse all the time in the KJV and we never really understand what he's saying. 2 Corinthians 11 and 12. But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. Saul admits he's working to undermine the apostles. Now let's read that in the Good News translation, just in case anybody think, no, he ain't saying that for real, Mally. Look at this. 2 Corinthians 11 and 12, Good News. I will go on doing what I am doing now in order to keep those other apostles from having any reason for boasting and saying that they work in the same way that we do. So he admits he's working to undermine them. And what I'm doing, I'm going to keep doing it. To stop them from even boasting against us. So Paul is saying, telling y'all, look, I've jumped out here and pressed play on this. I'm playing ball against them. They the ops. You understand? And this how I move.
He's already sold his soul.
Watch this. And y'all, look, it'd be different if he wasn't saying it in his own letters. Corinthians is Paul. Galatians is Paul. Ephesians is Paul. Books you don't read like Philemon is Paul. Philippians is Paul. Luke is writing because Luke traveled with Paul. So now you got to put Luke and Acts on Paul. Titus is Paul. All the famous books of the New mostly are written by this dude. Look at this verse 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Saul calls the apostles pseudo. Y'all heard that phrase before? People are, oh man, that's pseudo. That's pseudo knowledge. That's Greek for false knowledge. So when he called them false apostles, he just called them pseudo. Them pseudo apostles over there. Yeah, those are false or spurious writings. Yeah, because you know how you got the Testament of Abraham and all that in there. But those things weren't written down to the first century before the Common Era. Abraham lived back in 3953 BC. So that means what we reading, even though it's attributed to Abraham, he didn't write it. The books of Enoch, all the pseudepigraphers were all written during the 1st and 2nd century before the Common Era. So the Testament of Elijah and there, Elijah didn't write it. Abraham didn't write none of it.
What about Ezra's writings? Is that right?
Ezra writings are afterwards too. The pseudepigrapher. If y'all look up the definition of pseudepigrapher, right on the Wikipedia, it'll say false. Or right on Google, it'll say false or spurious writings. Pseudo means false.
That's why I asked.
Yeah. But it's
So you saying writings in the pseudepigrapher?
yes. Like Abraham. So true about this. Like we got the book. We got the books of Adam and Eve, right? Do y'all really believe Adam and Eve wrote that?
And they died several times.
I'm just saying, regardless of what the story says, when was it written down? Does anybody know? All that stuff was written down during the 1st and 2nd centuries before the Common Era. So you got Enoch who lived back in the beginning. So who's writing it who's writing Enoch in 100 BC? If Enoch lived all the way back during the, all right, so yeah, you know what I'm saying. Majority of the Bible, y'all, is written down after the fact.
The question comes in is that when did man start writing?
Right. When did man start writing? Well, men start writing first with pictures. They call petroglyphs and all that. Then they went to hieroglyphs and all that extra. So we used to tell stories. You know what I mean? Then later it became developed into writing, using words and all that. But y'all, that goes back 15,000 years. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you look up pseudepigrapha on Google, it'll say false or spurious writings. And the reason they're saying it's false is because the people who they're saying wrote it, impossible they wrote it. That's it. You know what I mean? That don't mean the information ain't good in it or none of that. You feel me? You may be able to take some things about it. Absolutely you can. Absolutely you can. But the point being, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, because being that the people who they're purporting wrote it didn't write it, that means they're not the authors. So you're gonna read certain things and say, huh, what is that? And that's your right. You got a right to question it or whatever you did. Just know in your mind, Adam and Eve didn't write this.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. Just like you're not going to read an autobiography that's written by somebody else.
Yeah.
The person writing about them.
Exactly. So that means not only is the actual words in it is not from the alleged author. The author on it is a pseudonym. A pseudonym. It's not the author. It's somebody they saying wrote it. You know what I mean? And most of the Bible's like that. When you get into how it was compiled and when it was written down, most of the Bible is backdated and it has pseudonyms on each book. Meaning the people who they saying wrote it didn't write it. You know what I mean? And that's just the obvious truth dealing with it. You know what I mean? Does that mean don't read the Bible? No, that don't mean that. Does that mean throw the Bible away? No, it don't mean that. Just know what you read. You feel me? Everything ain't right. And when you skip across something that don't sit right with you, you got every right to question it. You know what I mean? Without feeling like you about to be condemned or any of that. You know what I mean? Because for one, none of us wrote it. And two, none of us know who wrote it. So it could be anybody of any type of lifestyle that wrote this.
There bring a question about Constantine when he was forming the Bible.
Yeah.
And they brought all together supposedly all of the high members of religion.
Yeah.
And had them to take out and figure out what books are going to
be
one.
Councils of men decided the Bible you can go to not Home Depot, Family Dollar. The Bible you can go to Family Dollar and buy for a couple of dollars today. You understand? It's the result of hundreds of ecumenical councils and councils of men. Majority of these men, if not when I say majority, over 99% of these men, none of them look like none of us. Wasn't from no type of background of ours. You understand? It's just the truth.
It's kind of where did they get their knowledge?
Yeah, exactly. And who's deciding what is pseudo and what's not? Who's deciding what's canon and what's not?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Who's deciding, okay, well, this is the list of the New Testament and the Old Testament and the rest of these not. You see? That's what you're dealing with. Right? Now today, everybody say the Bible is the infallible word of God. That sounds crazy if you say that. If you really get into how things were compiled, written, when you get into dates, and man, they've been backdating this whole thing the whole time.
It seems like the Catholic religion is going to great to collect as many as all doctrine they could from all religions and compile it and put it in a safe in a place where no one can go in there. But certain individuals.
Them Vatican archives. But Yeah, that went before it was the Vatican. It was the Alexandrian Library in Egypt. So they've been burning down libraries and taking books and scrolls and moving things elsewhere. They've been doing that since the beginning of time.
They said that their king had built a hat, so it's carved out of mountain, a church.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, that look wild.
And so they will not give up any of their doctrine. But no one other than the holy men that are there to read or look at. Nobody.
Yeah, they hold on to that tradition pretty deep. But it was a Greek guy named Frumentius that brought them nerves. 4th century AD, during the time of Constantine. Yeah, it's right on. All that's right on. Because some people would like to argue that too. But the Ethiopian Bible written in Ge'ez, Ge'ez and all that. Yeah, I understand. Look up Frumentius. Frumentius is a Greek. Yeah, it was a Greek. Right after the Council of Nicaea, it was a cat named Frumentius that brought all that understanding to the Ethiopians that they guard so heavy today. You know what I mean? They act like it's something African in origin that goes all the way back. No, you've been had with that too. Yeah, the Greek boys got that one too. Frumentius, look him up. It's crazy. So look at this right here, verse 14. And he say, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. According to Saul, the apostles transform, and so does Satan, making the apostles in league or one accord with Satan. Verse 15. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Saul calls these same apostles servants or ministers of Satan and pronounces their judgment. Galatians 2, 1 through 7, 9, 11 through 14. Paul about to call out names now. We ain't even got to guess. We ain't got to say, oh, man, he wasn't talking about them. He about to tell you who he talking about. Right to your face. And how many of us done licked our fingers and claim we read through this book of Galatians? You feel me? Once you slow down and say, hold on, who is he talking about? It all jump out. And he called them by name. That's the crazy part. Galatians 2 and 1. Then 14 years after, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. And I went up by revelation, and communicated unto them that gospel which I preach among the Gentiles, but privately to them which were of reputation, lest by any means I should run or had run in vain. Saul admits he preaches a different gospel from the apostles. Why else would he have to explain it to them privately? He go up to Jerusalem and say, hey, let's have a private powwow. I want to explain to y'all what I've been teaching, just in case I'm out here running in vain. So if you got to explain to us in private what you teaching, then obviously you not teaching what we teach. Verse 3. But neither Titus, who was with me being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. So that means Saul's gospel was anti-circumcision. Because why wouldn't the cat with you be persuaded to be circumcised? That means what you teach is anti-circumcision. Because your homeboy, your right-hand man say, no, I'm not doing that. And he only saying that because you then gave him a pass on it. Right, watch this, verse 4. And that because of false brethren, there was the word false again. So now he called them the brothers and them pseudo again. And because of false brethren unawares brought in, who came in privately to spy out our liberty, which we have in Christ Jesus, that they might bring us into bondage. Saul calls the law of circumcision bondage, slavery, right? He calls the apostles and the other brothers in this private meeting false. Watch this, verse 5. To whom we gave place by subjection, no, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you. Saul admits that he is not in subjection to the apostles in Jerusalem. Amplified Bible, same verse. but we did not yield to them even for a moment, so that the truth of the gospel will continue to remain with you in its purity. Verse 6, but of these who seemed to be somewhat, whatsoever they were, it make no matter to me. God accepts no man's person, for they who seemed to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me. Saul has no respect or honor for the leaders or the apostles of the assembly in Jerusalem. New and Living Translation. Look at this. Same verse. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me. Who's the leaders of the church? The apostles, y'all. Ain't no mysterious leaders that done whisked up out of nowhere. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me, for God has no favorite. Saul of Tarsus, Galatians 2 and 6. Y'all heard this dude? This cat is on one. Like he really on one. Now look at this. Verse 7. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcised. Now remember this, y'all. He said if somebody come preaching a different gospel, they damned, right? Watch this. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed to me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. Saul admits again that his gospel is different from the true apostles. After all, isn't the gospel of uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision two different gospels? They're two different gospels. And the gospel of the uncircumcision, whatever the hell that means. I don't even know where did he get that from. But the gospel of the uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision are two different gospels, y'all. It's not the same thing. Look what he said.
It says that Paul didn't understand that it's just a mortal man. He's not immoral. A mortal man, that means he has to die and go. The spirit's got to go somewhere.
No, he talks about it.
Look at this right here. So Galatians 1 and 9 again. As we said before, so say I now again. If any man preach any other gospel unto you than that you have received, let him be accursed. So he admit that the apostles teach the gospel of circumcision and that he teach this mysterious gospel of uncircumcision. So that means the people he cursing is who? It's the apostles. They teach a total different gospel than him. That's crazy.
I just think the holy churches now, Christian churches now, is based on all Paul's
teachings.
You got one that, oh, you can only wear dresses.
Yeah, all Paul. All Paul. Yeah. Look what it say right here. Do you still believe Saul is not cursing the apostles? Galatians 2 and 9. Here we go. He about to start dropping names. Tell you he's talking about. And when James, which is the Messiah's brother, Cephas, and John, who seemed to be pillars, perceived the grace that was given unto me, they gave to me and Barnabas the right hands of fellowship, that we should go into the heathen, and they unto the apostle, and they apostles unto the circumcision. No more guesswork about who Saul is talking about. He's dropping names. Question is, he's speaking good or evil about the apostles of Messiah? How does Saul feel about the apostles and their gospel of circumcision? Galatians 5 and 12. I would they were even cut off, castrated, emasculated, which trouble you. That's Galatians 5 and 12. Galatians 5 and 12 in the NET. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Remember Paul say, behold, I, Paul, say unto you, if you allow yourself to be circumcised, Jesus shall profit you nothing. If you go down in that verse, he say, anybody teaching circumcision, well, we all know the apostles teach it, right? Anybody teaching circumcision should castrate themselves. Remove your love muscle. Remove your love muscle in your testes. Now we could have different understandings on what circumcision is. Some of us may be like, well, it may not need to be done or whatever, but we would never take a stance and say, hey man, instead of circumcising your son, turn him into a eunuch. Remove his love muscle in his testes. Huh? This dude is radical. This cat is violent against these cats. Hostile. He admits that the gospel he teaches is different. He says that if they teach another gospel, they curse. He admits that they are the ones teaching the circumcision. He get up to Galatians 5 and say, hey, whoever teaching you Galatians about circumcision need to castrate themselves. Who got the gospel of circumcision? According to Paul, who teach the gospel of circumcision?
The apostles.
Pick it in them, the apostles. Yeah. So who is?
So he basically telling the Messiah cut his little because he was circumcised.
Good night, man.
Good night to all.
Like regardless of your outlook on circumcision, you never heard me say nothing like that. Like, you know what I mean? Some people they don't want to circumcise their sons because they feel it's barbaric.
And then that would be completely going against Torah. Because if you study Torah going back then, like if a man didn't even have a seed, his brother had to
go into
carry on his obedience. So you can't even. Yeah, I mean that is true. But I'm saying, like, still, if we going to the person, like, that's still what he said.
How many of y'all knew that Paul was calling for the removing of a man's entire reproductive system if he taught circumcision? How many of y'all knew that?
I didn't know.
Right in his own letter. You know what I mean? And he's talking to bro. Like he ain't talking to nobody else. He already said they got the gospel of circumcision.
So that's why he came up with the philosophy of circumcised the heart.
Yeah, but you know what? You can find that concept in Torah though. Circumcise the foreskin of your heart. You know what I mean? But the fact of it, why would you, if you so gun-ho about these commandments and laws and the traditions of your fathers like that, even if you had a different outlook on circumcision, why would you go so far as to say that makes them castrate themselves? If they troubling you with that doctrine, they should remove the love muscle and testes. Bro, that's hostile toward these brothers.
That's not the teaching of the
No. Go ahead.
Who was the author of confusion?
He kicked it up.
Go spiritual. Is God the author of confusion? No. So why would he give circumcision here?
Apparently, the false guys are doing the
Oof. False gods everywhere.
everywhere.
And y'all.
He said it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. Now next, again, remember he called them all by name, right? Now, remember, Peter's a real apostle. Paul, according to his own account in Galatians, he punked Peter. Punked him in front of everybody. Now he's writing this to the assembly in Galatia to save his own ministry. He like, y'all over here listening to the gospel of the circumcision, Peter and them, but when he was in Antioch, I punked him in front of everybody. Right? You can make your mouth say whatever, right? But you're about this. We never hear Peter's side of the story. Right? We ain't never heard Peter's side of the story until today.
Well, we should know that he probably wouldn't know because he already put on somebody here.
Well, we about to hear. Yeah, I feel that. But in them Nazarene Acts, Peter responds to Paul. Yeah, Yeah, we about to go over there today. Peter actually responded back to this Galatians Paul was talking about. You know what I mean? And he put everything, he made everything clear too. It was like, nah, Jack, like if Yahshua really appeared to you, you wouldn't even be talking to me like that. You know what I mean? I'm one of them ones. Like, I don't even know like what they got into you. So that means whoever appeared to you ain't a real one. Yeah. 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 Just based off how he talking though. Like he cursing them out, calling them false, calling them super.
But not in his face.
Yeah, exactly. Now watch this. Galatians 2:11. He's calling for them to get castrated. Like this dude is not right. It don't matter what people try to lick their fingers and purr it up and say, oh, the fruits of the spirit is love, joy, peace. 5 verses ago, you just told me to castrate myself. I heard you go talking about some of the fruits of the spirit. A couple verses later, it's love, joy, peace. You ain't being peaceful with me, telling me to remove my love muscle. Like, what are you talking about? It don't make sense. Galatians 2:11. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face, because he was to be blamed. It is evident by now who Saul is cursing. He's dropping names on whoever he has a problem with. Notice, we never heard Peter's side of this argument. Don't worry, I'm about to show it. We about to show it. Verse 12. For before that certain came from James. So Paul admits that James, the Messiah's brother, is sending men at Paul. James is sending men at Paul. James is the one that got the authority to say, hey, let's go up there and check dude on what he's talking about. Look what he say. Verse 12. Verse 12. It says, for before at the yell in the field, it was the word I gave. My sister Janae in the field. What's the skinny? All right, Galatians 5:12. So look what it say. It say, for before that certain came from James, he did, speaking of Peter did eat with the Gentiles. But when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. Saul admits that James, the brother of Yeshua, is the one sending other apostles out against him. All right. In saying this, he is acknowledging James's authority in the early Messiah movement. Saul also claims that Peter is violating dietary law by eating with Gentiles. So he's steady throwing all them under the bus. Watch this, verse 13. And the other Yahudim, Jews, disassembled likewise with him, insomuch that Barnabas also was carried away with their dissimulation or hypocrisy. So now he called them hypocrites now, right? Because you got some people like Captain Azariah try to pull that off and tries, well, you know, Barnabas and Paul received the right hands of fellowship. Keep reading the chapter, genius. He just threw Barnabas under the bus right here and called them all hypocrites. Then in Acts 15, he said the tension was so sharp between him and Barnabas, they had to separate ways. Paul got into it with everybody he ran into. Everybody. So now he's calling them hypocrites, right? It says right here, Saul calls Peter, Barnabas, James, and the men he sent against him hypocrites. Verse 14. But when I saw that they walk not, I don't know why. But when I saw that they walk not uprightly according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter before them all, if you, being a Jew, live after the manner of Gentiles, meaning you live just like a heathen. Look at this. And not as do the Jews, why compare you to Gentiles to live as do the Jews? Saul throws Peter under the bus even further and claims he lives and acts like a lawless Gentile heathen. Well, now remember, Peter's an apostle. Watch this. Don't forget, Saul was writing to all of these different assemblies trying to save his ministry and defend his apostleship. Now let's go look at Peter's response to Saul of Tarsus and his false claims. What is it? Where I'm at? I lost my spot. I know, I remember the claim for these different assemblies trying to save his ministry and defend his apostleship. Now let's go look at Peter's response to Saul of Tarsus and his false claims that Peter lives lawless. We're going back to the Clementine homilies or the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. A lot of people don't know is that Peter actually wrote his response to Paul in her. Here it is right here. Right here. Let me zoom in some for y'all so y'all can peep this. I know it's zoom in some more. So right here it says, opposition to Peter unreasonable. I hope y'all can see that. I thought I could zoom in some more. I guess not. I'm going to just read it. Now look at this. Now remember, Paul is saying that Yahshua, Jesus appeared to him, right? He say right here. He say, if then our Jesus appeared to you in a vision, made himself known to you, and spoke to you, it was as one who was enraged with an adversary. Watch this. And this is the reason why it was through visions and dreams or through revelations that were from without that he spoke to you. But can anyone be rendered fit for instruction through apparitions? Because he had a vision about Jesus. And Peter's saying, how like that your vision is subjective to us. It's opinionated, right? Can anyone, look what he say, but can anyone be rendered fit for instruction through a vision, through an apparition? And if you will say it is possible, then I ask, why did our teacher or the Messiah abide and discourse a whole year to those who were awake? And how are we to believe your word when you tell us that he appeared to you? And how did he appear to you when you entertain opinions contrary to his teaching? But if you were seen and taught by him and became his apostle for a single hour, proclaim his utterances, interpret his sayings, love his apostles. Oh, wait. Look at this. Contend not with me who companied with the Messiah. What you fighting with me for? If you learn from who we were taught by, you wouldn't even be talking to us the way you talking to us in Galatians. Right? Can one be fit for instruction that had a vision? Make it make sense. Peter responds to Paul. Look what he say right here. He say, for in direct opposition to me, who am a firm rock, the foundation of the church, you now stand. If you were not opposed to me, you would not accuse me and revile the truth proclaimed by me, in order that I may not believe, in order that I may not be believed when I state that I myself have heard with my own ears from the Messiah, as if I were evidently a person that was condemned and in bad reputation. But if you say that I am condemned, you bring an accusation against God, who revealed the Christ to me, and you inveigh against him who pronounced me blessed on account of the revelation. But if indeed you really wish to work in the cause of truth, learn first of all from us what we have learned from him, and becoming a disciple of truth, become fellow workers with us. So Peter like, look, that vision you had is hogwash. It don't mean nothing to us. Because if you really heard from who I was taught by, you could proclaim his utterances, you can interpret his sayings, and you wouldn't be fighting with us. Because we was with him. Peter responds to him. Now look at this. How does Saul feel about the Nazarene apostles' dietary law? Because all the apostles ate a certain way. They ate a certain way. They weren't eating animal sandwiches. They weren't eating animal sandwiches. They weren't eating pigger sandwiches. They weren't even eating lamb. They weren't eating lamb, chicken wings. These brothers, including the Messiah's brother, ate a certain way. Yeah, Essenes, Nazarene is a different branch of the Essenes, but Essenes, basically, right? And they all ate a certain way, historically and according to the literature. They all ate a certain way. So how does Paul feel about the Nazarene dietary law? Look at this, Amplified Bible, 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Look what it says. It says, regarding meat offered to idols, eat anything that is sold in the meat market without asking any questions for the sake of your conscience. 1 Corinthians 10 and 25, Amplified Bible. Now, I would ask anybody, where is that at in Torah or in the Bible that you can just eat whatever you want when you go to the grocery store?
Ask no question.
And stop asking me any questions about it. Think about it. Where does Paul get the authority to say, hey, when you go to Saul meat market, go get you some gator meat?
Ask no question.
Go right down the street, go get some gator meat. Go get some gator meat tomorrow. Saul open tomorrow. Go get some gator meat. Go eat some squid. Huh? Go eat some octopus and squid. Look what Paul teaching. Now, was Paul told to teach that concerning diet? Watch this. Look what James told Paul to teach. Acts 15 and 29. Acts 15 and 13 show you is James talking. And after they had heard their peace, James answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. So James stood up and gave a judgment. They had the Jerusalem assembly. He the one that stand up and say, look, listen to my judgment. Right? Which means he's in charge. Look at verse 29. This is what he tell Paul when Paul come up to Jerusalem. He tell him, he say that you, Paul, abstain from meats offered to idols. James commands Saul to follow the same orders that he is supposed to teach the Gentiles. How does Saul respond to the doctrine he has been commanded to preach and live by? 1 Corinthians 10, 23 through 25. All things are lawful for me. Where do you read this at? Where do it say anywhere in the Bible outside of Paul talking that all things are lawful for you? All things are not lawful for you, genius. What do you mean? In what world is everything lawful for you?
That's why a lot of Christians follow Paul, because they can do what they want to do.
Exactly. So he says, all things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. By Saul claiming all things is lawful for him, he is saying he is free from James's command given to him in Jerusalem. Verse 25, whatsoever is sold in the shambles or the meat markets, whatsoever is sold in the shambles that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. Saul boldly tells the assembly in Corinth that they are free to eat whatever they desire. Good News Translation, 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. You are free to eat anything sold in the meat market without asking any questions because of your conscience. 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. James again, that you abstain from meats offered to idols. James the just, brother of Jesus, Acts 15 and 29. It is clear what Saul of Tarsus feels about the Nazarene dietary law. How does a true apostle such as Peter feel about the food restrictions? Let's get into it. Back to the homilies, Clementine homilies, homily 7. Look at Peter. Peter tell you how he eat. A lot of people don't even know this. And he tell you exactly what meat offered to devils or idols is. Now look what he said right here, the golden rule. He say, and we're smitten in your bodies. So now if you repent, as I said, and submit to those things which are well-pleasing to God, you may get new strength to your bodies and recover your soul's health. And the things which are well-pleasing to God are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. Peter say it's well pleasing to God not to be chewing on dead flesh.
So all meat is sacrificed to idols and devils.
Yeah, all meats is, but in the Torah, they had a certain way you had to prepare your meat. And if you didn't prepare it that way, it was considered unclean and sacrificed to the devil. Now, trip off this. Nobody in the Gentile grocery stores prepare their meat how the Torah says. So that's why these brothers stayed away from it. They stayed away from it because guess what? Ain't none of it being prepared how the Torah say prepared, even today. No. You
By the
feel me?
time you get the meat today, it's already unlawful.
Yeah. It's sacrificed
It
to
has
devil.
to be eaten, by the third day, whatever's not eaten, it has to be set on fire and burned. Then you don't have no priest.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't have it performed the way it's done. You don't have no temple. You don't know who the Levites are. You see what I'm saying? So you got major elements missing. So you can't eat them. I mean, if you want to go by the biblical narrative, unless you go by Paul and all things you can handle.
People in the market selling rats. People ain't there.
Notice James tells Paul, abstain from meats offered to idols. Right? You do it and you teach that when you get out there amongst the Gentiles. Paul responds and say, eat whatever you want to eat. Go to Sular Market and get some gator meat. Right? Peter in his writing say, hey, look, the things that are well pleasing to God, especially if you want a healthy body, you understand, is to abstain from dead flesh. Stop eating the flesh. Now, watch this. It says right here. It says to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to touch blood, and to be washed from all pollution. Watch this. Show y'all another one of what Peter's talking about. Chapter 8 of the same homily. Look what it says. And this is the service he has appointed, to worship him only, and to trust only in the prophet of truth, and to be baptized for the remission of sins, and thus by this pure baptism to be born again unto God by saving water, to abstain from the table of devils. That is, what's the table of devils, y'all? From food offered to idols, from dead carcasses. What do you think the flesh is you eating on? It's a dead corpse. From dead carcasses, from animals which have been suffocated or caught by wild beasts, and from blood.
You are what you eat.
You are. Let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. Right? Watch this. As anyone can see, Peter, a true apostle, doesn't teach to eat whatever is sold at the meat markets. Peter actually teaches not to eat dead flesh. Watch this. Chewing on an animal sandwich is one and the same as eating at the table of devils. Good night. And I know y'all, listen to me. Listen to me. A yard bird wouldn't last a nanosecond around me, so I understand. I ain't gonna lie, sometimes I still smell it and say, good Lord. I ain't gonna lie. And I ain't touched none of it in 4 years. But I ain't gonna front and act like it don't smell good still. You know what I mean? But once you understand, like, all right, well, look, that's a small sacrifice to pay. You know what I mean? Especially when we're talking about my health. You know what I mean? We all getting up there in age, prolonging. Go ahead, Mom. You said what?
You're also feeding your soul.
Yeah.
So if you're eating meat and all things, in other words, when you take on blood and you take on meat, you're a part of that animal. That animal is a part of you because that's what your body is living on.
Facts.
So when it kind of stands to mind that if that blood, if your body is manufactured and using this, and of course this is in your bloodstream because that's what your blood is made from, then you know it's going to be feeding your mind.
Beastly mind.
Exactly.
Altars.
Yeah. You're making your body a graveyard.
So actually,
It's a great.
is that why we be full of?
She always got her little punchlines. You always got her little punchlines.
Yes. It's stinks, you know.
Yeah. Now, some people don't know the history of you know, who we call Yahshua the Nazarene or the Essene or any of that, or his brothers and them, how did they eat? Because you be like, well, I'm pretty sure they ate meat or they ate flesh, right? Watch this right here. Let me show y'all something. Easy work. Now, this right here is Peter himself. Even though he's telling you to abstain from the table of devils, he about to go into his actual, what he eat. Page 195 of the homilies. Look what it say. He say, however, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives and rarely potted herbs, and that this is my only coat and cloak which I wear, and I have no need of any of them nor of anything else. So he like, look, I only eat bread and olives and some occasional vegetables. This is how this man eat. You see what I'm saying? But Paul say eat whatever you want to eat.
You see, that's where your diseases come in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they love it when you have
High blood pressure, all types of parasites and worms. Dead flesh produce maggots. Produce maggots.
People use herbs and other things to be rich and other
Yeah. Yeah. Man, real skill. Look at this right here. Now let's take a look at James then. How would James said abstain from meats offered to idols. Peter's like, yeah, the table of devils, you eating dead flesh, that's at the table of devils. I only eat bread and olives, a few vegetables. Now we about to go into history and show you how James ate. All right. This the sources, the Nicene and post-Nicene Fathers, second series. That's my actual book right there. It's my arm. Watch this right here. Jerome and Gennadius, that's in this book right here. And we about to go down to James. That's that right there. It's talking about how Peter didn't write Second Peter. We'll get into that eventually. Now right here, he talking, this is in the lives of illustrious men. He talking about James right here. Now watch this. How did James eat according to them? Bang, here we go. Crazy, I can't even zoom in no more on that. That's crazy. All right, so chapter 2, it says, James, who was called the brother of the Lord, surnamed the Just. And then if you jump down to my underline and say right here, Hegesippus, who lived near the apostolic age, in the 5th book of his commentaries, writing, James says, after the apostles, James, the brother of the Lord, surnamed the Just, was made head of the church at Jerusalem. Many indeed are called James. This one was holy from his mama's womb. He drank neither wine nor Hennessy, strong drink. Ate no flesh. So these cats was dedicated from the womb. And if this is Yahshua's little brother, wouldn't make you think Yahshua didn't rock like this. Right? It ain't like he's dedicated from the womb, but he ain't. Look at this right here. It says he drank neither wine nor strong drink, ate no flesh, never shaved, because they were Nazarites. A lot of them was Nazarites, so they never let a razor touch their head, right? Which means they had long hair. Which means, who the hell is Paul talking about when he say to have long hair is a shame? Who is Paul talking about when he say he that eat herbs is weak?
Who was the barber?
Right, who would have been the barber? Right, who would have been the barber anyway?
Did they have scissors?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had some type of razors or something. They could have cut their hair if they wanted to, but the deal is,
what I mean is it wasn't part of your
everyday culture. Like, yeah, like you ain't finna go just grab a Gillette razor and some aftershave. I feel you, mama. Look what he say right here. He say, it says right here, never shaved or anointed himself with ointment, and then it says, or bathed. Y'all make sure y'all wash y'all rear end. Don't be trying to. Some people be trying to jump out here and copy all this. Man, look, I gotta shower up and bathe. I don't know nothing about all that. But notice what he say, right? The man never ate flesh according to the church historians. He never ate flesh, never drank wine, no strong drink, razor never touched his head, right? Watch this right here. See if some of y'all heard of this one. Whoever heard of the gospel of the Nazarenes? Or the gospel of the Holy 12. It's basically the same book. All right, now watch this. This is a whole nother side in Israel. Whole nother side. Now watch what we about to read. The Immaculate Conception of Jesus the Nazarene. Right? Now look at his mother Mary. Look at the vow she had to take. Verse 7, it says, therefore you shall keep your covenant. Talking to Mary, you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh, nor strong drink, for this child shall be filled with the Holy Spirit or Great Spirit, consecrated to the Lord, a Nazarite from his mother's womb. This is about Yahshua. Right? From the womb. Just like James, we just read, his brother was same vow. And his mama was on the same vow. Keep your covenant too. Don't be out here, you know what I mean, turning up like boo-boo last night. Hey, I was in the club last night. I was in the club last night, boo-boo. Hey, but so Miriam, the mama, had to keep her covenant, and then she said, and it was said because your child gonna be consecrated from the womb too. The covenant you keeping is he gonna keep too. And it says, neither flesh nor strong drink shall he take, nor shall a razor touch his head. That's the gospel of the Nazarenes about Yahshua, the Nazarene of the Essene. Nehemiah, you must got something to say, bro. Talk to me. You sure? Okay, watch this. We're gonna go over to chapter 6. Well, hold on. Yeah, we about to go over to chapter 5. Watch this. Now watch this. Look how deep this gets. Okay. And the Lord said, out of Egypt I have called my son, who shall be called the Nazarene. And he arose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. And they came and dwelt in a place called Nazareth, where dwelt Nazarites and Essenes. And he was called the Nazarene, which is a mixture of Nazarite and Essene. Wow, look at this. It also came to pass that in the second year of Yeshua's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James. We just read about James, right? Yeah, this big old book right there. Right? Trip off this. It says right, his name was called James, meaning one who is just and righteous before the Lord, one who is of true Israel. As with Jesus or Yeshua and John the Baptist, right? He, James, was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mama's womb, according to the way. In latter years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justus, and Simeon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. And you can verify that in Bible, Galatians 1:19, Mark 16:1, Mark 6:3, also Matthew 13:55, y'all. That he had brothers, sisters, and all that. All of them rocked this way. Right? All of them ate a certain way. You understand? And they wasn't moving with the Orthodox Israelites that was sacrificing animals and eating flesh. And they wasn't moving like that. Going to war, none of that. All right? So based off the ancient testimonials of Jerome, 4th century, Hegesippus, 1st and 2nd century, James, the brother of Jesus, was a Nazarite and a vegetarian. He didn't chew on animals, drink wine, strong drink, or allow a razor to touch his head. The gospel of the Nazarene says the same thing. Peter the apostle, according to the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, Homily 12, chapter 6, was a vegetarian also. Now we know who Saul of Tarsus is calling weak. The true apostles. Romans 14:2. One man's faith permits him to eat everything. I don't know what kind of faith that is. One man's faith permits him to eat everything, while the weak believer eats only vegetables. He's saying these brothers are weak in faith, in spirit. He calling them weak. We say again, one man, this is Paul who wrote Romans. One man's faith permits him to eat everything, while the weak believer eats only vegetables.
Doesn't it take strength to have discipline?
Yeah, it does.
If you give in to every will that you have, you don't live long.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And those people back then, they were trying to live long. They had as many children as they could.
Yeah.
Because if they had the privilege of aging, the children would care for them.
Yeah.
That was the whole object of that family thing. But when it came to food, You have to remember, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
If you're eating animal, nobody's gonna get off a certain set. But also the paperback is gonna get off a strong.
Yeah, really. That's true.
Vegetables, not gonna have a There's a thing about being sedentary. There's a thing about wanting to live long.
Yeah.
And there's a thing about keeping your sanity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. So Paul's calling the brothers who don't eat flesh weak, right? But that would mean Adam was weak. Adam never ate the flesh. You know what I mean? That would mean Daniel, when Daniel went to Babylon, and was like, he refused the king's meat. And everybody called it the Daniel fast today, and he was eating beans and rice and all that. That would mean Daniel's weak. That would mean during the feast of the dedication, Judah Maccabee and them was weak. Because they didn't eat no meat during that whole 3 years. Yeah, you feel me? So Paul, once again, is talking about the apostles, because we're finding out that they actually were the ones eating the vegetables. They was the ones with the long hair, right? They was the ones teaching the true, message of Messiah and all that. They was the ones out there amongst the Gentiles already teaching. So he's directly firing at them. You feel me? Even if he wasn't, he still is. Right? Because the people you talking about that's not them, it still apply to them. Right? They not eating the flesh. They don't let razors touch their head. You feel me? Watch this word. Now we know who Saul of Tarsus was talking about when he said they teach doctrines of devils if they command to abstain from meats. The true apostles. Remember, James the Just, Acts 15:29, that you abstain from meats offered to idols. Right? Saul was already commanded to abstain from meats offered to idols by the chief apostle, James the Just. Now here go Paul and Timothy next. 1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. Verse 2, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Don't forget, Saul already called James and Peter and those with them hypocrites. He already called them hypocrites. He already called them hypocrites. So notice what he say. He say, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. 1 Timothy 4:3. Forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats. And you was already told to abstain from meats. So who is he saying is teaching a doctrine of the devil? It ain't a prophecy about meat 2,000 years later, when you was already told to get away from the flesh. You was already told to get away from it. You was already told you get away from it and teach others not to stay on it either. Right? So notice what it says right here. Forbidden to marry and command to abstain from meats which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. How is this a prophecy if Saul already was commanded to abstain from meats? Also, according to Jerome, Hegesippus, and the Nazarene Gospels, Yahshua, his brother James, and his cousin John the Baptist were all lifelong Nazarites. No chewing on animals, no strong drink, no wine, no haircuts. Ooh-wee. Now we know who Saul was talking about when he claimed long hair was a disgrace to a man. The true apostles, because they don't let a razor touch their head.
They had locks.
Yeah. See that? Just like Samson and them, another Nazarite. Right? Look at this. New Living Translation, 1 Corinthians 11:14. This is Paul. Look what he say. Isn't it obvious that it's disgraceful for a man to have long hair? Well, all of them got long hair because a razor never touched their heads.
Samson's strength was in his hair.
Come on. So how is it disgraceful for a man to have long hair? And the strongest man ever had long hair. Make it make sense, Paul. And again, where is he getting this from? Like his sayings that he coming up with that everybody run with? Where is that in the Torah at least? Go find it in the Torah for me. It's that light he saw. That false light from that false Christ. Yeah, that ain't Yahshua that appeared to him. And how do we know? Because he wouldn't even be in opposition to the real apostles. You'll be working with them. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't be firing subliminal shots at them either. Calling them false, calling them pseudo, joning on their long hair, calling them weak believers or weak in the faith because they refuse to eat the flesh, calling them demonic and devilish, cursing them, calling them hypocrites. And down to the circumcision. Remember, he said, hey, if they teach that, castrate themselves. Y'all still think this cat is just so benevolent and just righteous? No, this man was working to undermine Yahshua's movement. He's working to do it.
Some entity directing him, give him all these reassurances that say these things.
Of course.
And walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them false gods, but you know what I mean?
Yes, indeed.
And then, now trip off this, what a lot of people don't realize. According to the Bible, now you got history that be like, you know, certain traditions that Paul, you know, got back to Rome and he got his head cut off. That ain't in the Bible nowhere. It ain't in the Bible nowhere that Paul got his head cut off. According to the Bible, Paul ends up in Rome and retires on light house arrest. That's how his story ends.
Not really, because he dies.
Not in the Bible.
He dies, doesn't he?
Yeah, he eventually dies.
Does Paul have a soul?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I'm just talking about the narrative of it though. You know, look what they say. They say the tradition is he went back to Rome and got his head cut off by Nero Caesar.
That wasn't good
Yeah.
enough. That's not
According to
good.
Bible, he ended up in Rome in Caesar's palace on some lighthouse arrest. Talking to everybody. That's how his whole life ends. He rides off into the sunset. Never to be heard of again. That's crazy.
Unless he's in that.
I mean, with that hell not. All right, now look at this right here. Now we're about to go into Saul of Tarsus and his band of misfits, the false apostles in Ephesus. Well, the book of Ephesians is written by Paul, right? Now watch this. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ by the will of God, to the saints which are at Ephesus, and to the faithful in Christ Jesus. That's Ephesians 1:1. So Saul claiming to be an apostle in his letter to the Ephesians, right? Watch this right here. Look what Paul says in 2 Timothy 1:15. How many of us know that Ephesus is in Asia? Anybody know that? It's in Asia. It's one of the 7 churches in Revelations to the 7 churches in Asia. And one of them is Ephesus, right? Watch this. 2 Timothy 1:15. Look what Paul says. You know that everyone in Asia has turned against me. Everyone in Asia has turned against me, especially Phalgius and Hermogenes, Saul of Tarsus. Saul admits he caught smoke from the assemblies in Asia. They realized Saul and his crew were false apostles. Watch this. English Standard Version, 2 Corinthians 1:8. For we did not want you to be unaware, brothers, of the affliction we experienced in Asia. For we were so utterly burdened beyond our strength that we despaired of life itself. Saul, in his own words, the assemblies in Asia were hostile toward his gospel. See, everybody wasn't falling for the okie doke like they do today. Because remember, the real apostles was already out teaching in Ephesus, in Galatia, and you know what I mean? Yeah, he just brought Samson up. Yeah. New Living Translation. And what value? Now look what he said right here. He said right here in 1 Corinthians 15:32. He's saying, what value was there in fighting wild beasts, those people of Ephesus? See, when you read the letter of Ephesians, you don't really get the whole background. Like Paul was in Asia or Ephesus, banging, arguing, all that. And he's calling these people wild beasts. He said, I fought these people and they wild beasts. He say, and what value was there in fighting wild beasts, those people of Ephesus, if there will be no resurrection from the dead. And if there is no resurrection, let's feast and drink, for tomorrow we die. 1 Corinthians 15:32. Now look at this. John, to the 7 churches which are in Asia. Paul said Asia was hostile toward him. He called hell in Asia. He called the people wild beasts of Asia. Remember that. Like Asia was not friendly toward him. All right, well, the churches in Revelations are all in Asia. They all in Asia. It said right here, grace be unto you and peace from him which is and which was and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne. Revelation 1:4. KJV, John the Apostle. Notice the book of Revelation is addressed to the 7 churches in Asia. The same area Saul caught all that smoke. Revelation 2:1-2. Unto the angel of the church of who? Ephesus. Remember, he got a letter to the Ephesians. Right. These things saith he that holdeth the 7 stars in his right hand, who walketh in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks. Don't forget, Saul called the people of the assembly in Ephesus wild beasts that he was fighting with. Verse 2. I know your works and your labor and your patience, and how you cannot bear them which are evil. And you have tried them which say they are apostles and are not, and has found them liars. Who was running around claiming they was an apostle and wasn't an apostle? And then it said you tried them, which means they had a trial over this whole supposed apostleship you skipping through the ancient world claiming you got. And look, these people actually were commended for rebuking whoever these false apostles are. They were commended for doing it. Watch this. It says, and has found them liars. There was a trial in Ephesus about Saul and his crew, and the final verdict was they were false apostles and liars. Notice the assembly is not rebuked, but actually commended for their final judgment. Ephesus is in Asia. Paul called the people in Ephesus wild beasts. Paul said he called all smoke in Asia. They was hostile toward what he was saying. They double back in Revelation, the 2nd chapter, and they get what? Commended for rebuking the false apostles in Asia and found them to be liars. Right? Acts 19. Watch this. There's more to it. Acts 19, 1-3, 7-9. And it came to pass that while Apollos was at Corinth, Paul, having passed through the upper coast, came to where? Ephesus. And finding certain disciples. So Saul comes to Ephesus and finds disciples or believers already in the messianic movement. All right? He come there and they already rolling with Yahshua. Watch this. He said unto them, have you received the Holy Ghost since you believed? And they said unto him, we have not so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost. Now these is people already rocking with Yahshua. Here come Paul like, hey, y'all know about the Holy Ghost? They like, we ain't never heard about none of that. But they already roll with Messiah though. They like, we ain't never, what is you talking about? The Holy Ghost. But they already disciples. They already rolling with Yahshua.
So they would know about the Holy Ghost.
If this is something that was given by Yahshua, they would already know about it. Oh wait, look at this.
There's a lot of us that read the memo.
Real spill. Verse 3. Now look what he said. And he said unto them, unto what then were you baptized? And they said unto John's baptism. Really? They were baptized under the same order as Yahshua and the apostles. That ain't good enough for you? Look at this. Don't forget, one of the requirements for being an apostle is you had to witness Yahshua get baptized by his cousin John. These disciples were already believers in the message of Messiah, and they had already been baptized. Saul convinces them to do another baptism than the one that was good enough for the Messiah and his disciples. Watch this. Verse 7. And all the men were about 12. How many of y'all knew Paul had 12 disciples? How many of y'all knew Paul had 12 disciples by show of hands? Y'all see why we got to slow down when we read the Bible? You got to slow down. This dude setting himself up as. There you go. There you go. There you go. And all the men were about 12. These messianic believing disciples accepted Saul's version of Christ or Paul's gospel. Notice these disciples are 12 in number. And when he went into the synagogue in Ephesus, and when he went into the synagogue and spake boldly for the space of 3 months, disputing and persuading the things concerning the kingdom of God. The synagogue in Ephesus, or the church in Ephesus, is where Saul goes and argues his gospel and version of Christ for 3 months. Verse 9. But when divers were hardened and believed not, but spake evil of that way before the multitude, he departed from them and separated the disciples. He departed from them and separated the disciples, the 12 disciples, right? Disputing daily in the school of one Tyrannus. After 3 months of arguing and trying to prove his gospel, Paul left the church or / synagogue of Ephesus and took 12 disciples with him. Coincidence? I think not. English Standard Version, Acts 19:9. But when some became stubborn and continued in unbelief, speaking evil of the way before the congregation, he withdrew from them and took the disciples with him. Reasoning daily in the hall of Tyrannus, Acts 19:9. Your boy Paul had 12 disciples. That he convinced to believe in his version or his gospel. That he go into the synagogue, argue with them for 3 months. Everybody else, they wasn't going forward in Ephesus or Asia like he wrote. And so he left, but not before he took the 12 disciples that he rebaptized.
People also don't be paying attention to Revelations. Remember, he was going back and see him basically calling himself an apostle. Mm-hmm. They don't go back to Revelations either, when it says that the 12 disciples will be sitting, they will be judging the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 12 tribes, right?
Yeah, important that when Revelations.
Right, and their names is in the foundation.
Yeah, so I'm like, y'all
yeah, so they that's, man, look, that's crazy to me. I'm like, man, this dude is on one real time, and if you slow down, you see he ain't mean nothing but harm to the movement, nothing but it. So who were some of the men Saul of Tarsus had with him that he called apostles? Because in Revelation it says it's more than one, right? It says you have tried them who say they are apostles and are not, and found them liars, right? Watch this. New Living Translation, Revelation 2:2. I know all the things you do. I have seen your hard work and your patient endurance. I know you don't tolerate evil people. You have examined the claims of those who say they are apostles, but are not. You have discovered they are liars. Revelation 2:2. John the Apostle, New Living Translation. Let's find out. This letter is from Paul, Silas, and Timothy. We are writing to the church in Thessalonica, to you who belong to God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. May God give you grace and peace. 1 Thessalonians 1:1, Saul of Tarsus. So Thessalonians is written by Paul, Silas, and Timothy. Remember that. All right, let's go over one chapter. 1 Thessalonians 2:6, Amplified Bible. Nor did we seek glory and honor from people, neither from you nor from anyone else, though as apostles of Christ, we had the power to assert our authority. 1 Thessalonians 2:6. Saul of Tarsus, Silas, and Timothy. So not only is Paul a self-proclaimed false apostle, he names Timothy an apostle and Silas an apostle. So not only is he false and he don't fit up to the bill of being one, he starts self-proclaiming And don't they do that today? Ordain you to he started ordaining apostles. He just started ordaining them. Now we all know what it takes to be an apostle. You had to be around and watch the Messiah go in and out from among the people, right? Right? You had to witness his what? Baptism. You had to witness his ascension. If not, you're not an apostle, right? So not only did Paul not witness that, Silas and Timothy for sure didn't witness any of that either. So how are he calling them apostles? Who, Timothy? Yeah, Timothy definitely got a book of the Bible written by Paul's letter to Timothy. Absolutely. Paul wrote all them letters. Titus, which just so happened to be the name of the Roman general that sacked Jerusalem. It's crazy, man. So the apostles that were rebuked in Revelation 2 in the city of Ephesus are Paul, Silas, and Timothy. Paul being the chief false apostle. Paul admits he caught hell in Asia, right? He called the people of Ephesus wild beasts. We go to Acts 19. He come through there, asked that they was already disciples. He asked them, y'all believe in the Holy, have y'all received the Holy Ghost since y'all believe? They said, we don't know what you're talking about. Well, you got baptized, then John's baptism, which just so happened to be the same baptism that Yahshua got baptized under, all the apostles. So Paul convinces them, what? That ain't good enough. Now you got to get rebaptized like I'm doing it. And then he convinced them. It was 12 of them. They go into the synagogue. He argued for 12 months. They trick no good. They ain't feeling nothing he's saying. And then he take the 12 disciples he got with him and leave.
Can you imagine the soul? The soul that has followed this man's doctrine and him that cross over and find out otherwise.
Oh, yeah. He got a lot to pay for. He got a lot to pay for. I wouldn't want to be him in this hour.
So the Ruach is not the part of the original gospel.
The Ruach is the creator spirit. The problem is they're separating it as if it's a different entity. You know what I mean? Like today, people will say, the Holy Spirit told me to say that's the creator spirit talking to you. So the problem is when we get to taken away from the creator.
That's how I always interpret it.
Yeah, it's the creator spirit. It's not, but then yeah, that's where the Trinity come into play. Yeah, through the Trinities and the threes.
What about the baptism of the Holy Spirit?
What you mean, like?
Saying we be baptized with fire, which is the Ruach.
Right. The Holy Spirit, the Great Spirit is a fiery.
Right, but I'm saying that's part of the original gospel.
Yeah. That's all in the Nazarene Acts and all that. You know what I mean? But what ain't necessarily in there is the tongue speaking. Right. Like that's the whole different. You know what I mean? That's where all that shift and come into play. And I'm talking about what as it is known today. As it is known today, not what you'll see eventually, like in the beginning of Acts, like the second chapter. They get fire, they got fiery tongues, but it was understood what was being said. Okay. Yeah, it was understood though. And they understood the wonderful works of, according to the biblical narrative, you feel me? But what you see today is something totally different. Yeah, that's something different. Look at this right here. Saul of Tarsus and his Roman and Herodian connection. A lot of people don't know your boy Saul is directly connected to the Herodians. Herod and them. Y'all heard of King Herod, right? Yeah, well, the Herodians were the tax collectors for Rome, basically, during the first century. And a lot of our brothers and sisters despise that because the longer we pay taxes to you is the longer we stay in bondage to you. So a lot of them brothers wasn't feeling none of that, you know what I mean? And the Herodians were very dangerous and influential, had all the money, you feel me? And Paul is directly connected to them. All right, watch this. Romans 16:11. Salute Herodian, my kinsmen. Wow. Greet them that be of the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord. Romans 16:11. Notice Saul is a relative of Herod the Great, the impostor Edomite king of Judah. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Now, this right here is the parallel New Testament. Another one of the books we got. Right here, J.W. Etheridge, English translation of the Bushido. James Murdoch, New Testament translation from the Syriac Bushido version. And George M. Lamza, New Testament translation according to the Eastern texts. Now watch this. This right here is all three of those translations. I got it closer right here. All three of those translations side by side. It's parallel New Testament. Look what Paul calls this family member of Herod. Look what he called him. As the piece of Herodian, my relative. Now, we all heard Paul's, I'm an Israelite, right? From the tribe of Benjamin. We hear all that, but we never talk about the fact that he, off his own lips, he also says that he is related to the Herods. Related to him, right? Watch this. Watch this. Oh, wait. Not only is Saul of Tarsus a bloodline relative of Herod the Great, he also had Roman citizenship. Did any of the apostles have Roman citizenship? No. Did the Messiah have Roman citizenship? When did the tribe of Benjamin, Paul said he's from the tribe of Benjamin, right? When did they receive Roman citizenship? Is it anywhere in history? Is there anywhere in history where there's a whole bunch of Benjamites skipping through the Roman Empire as citizens? It's not. But look at this. Acts 22, 25 through 29. And as they bound him with thongs, Paul said unto the centurion that stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man that is a Roman and uncondemned? When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, take heed what thou doest, for this man is a Roman. Okay. Then the chief captain came and said unto him, tell me, art you a Roman? He said, Paul said, yeah.
Don't Josephus talk about it?
What about? He talks about a Saul, right?
Yeah.
That's tearing up Jerusalem. That's trip off this. That's related to the Herods, the king, and all them, right? And is in the exact same places that Paul is in the book of Acts. Now, some people are gonna say, well, that ain't the same one. He's related to the Herodians, just like he says in Romans. He's in the very same places in Acts, and Josephus recorded the same Saul, and he causing all type of havoc in Jerusalem. I got it pulled up. Yeah. I got it pulled up. Now, most people who in denial are gonna say it ain't the same dude. But what are the odds they in the same place, related to the same people, and causing the same havoc?
Basically the same name.
It's the same name. It's because it's the same dude. Same dude. They just backdating everything to where you like, oh no, that happened 30 years earlier. Look, what are the odds that it's the same name, same places, doing the exact same things, and you related to the same people? Make that make sense, right? Look at this right here. So he asked him, was he a Roman? He said, yeah, I'm a Roman. And the chief captain answered, with a great sum obtained I this freedom. And Paul said, but what? I was freeborn. So the chief captain said, I'm a Roman too, but I had to earn my citizenship. I had to pay for mine. Paul said, not me. I was born a free Roman citizen. When did the tribe of Benjamin receive this type of status? Never. Now, so Paul off his own lips say, not only is he a Roman citizen, he didn't have to earn his citizenship. He was free born. Watch this. Then straightway they departed from him, which should have examined him. And the chief captain also was afraid after he knew that he was a Roman, and because he had bound him. Now, how can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a free Roman citizen? Watch this, Jericho. I see the juices flowing over there. Watch this. Watch this. Source: scripticaclassica.org. The intervention of Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, in the affair of Herod's trial. Oh wait. Somebody about to be mad at this one. This is about to tell it all. All right, now watch this. About July 47, that's 47 BC, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria, and during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War. Right here, I'm gonna jump down. One of these individuals in the blue, one of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War, was Antipater, the father of Herod, to whom he granted Roman citizenship. Look at that. So Herod the Great, who was down to kill all the babies when the Messiah was born in Matthew, his father name was Antipater. Antipater, the Idumean, saved Julius Caesar in a war in Egypt. So because he saved him, he said, I'm going to go ahead and give you Roman citizenship. And not just you, all your descendants. All your descendants. Remember, Paul is related to Herod now. This is how he becomes a freeborn Roman citizen, because his forefather helped Julius Caesar. Watch this right here. It says, I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian between the years 42 and 36. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants. So Antipater ain't the only one that got the Roman citizenship. Everybody related to him. Everybody that descends from Antipater, the Idumean, because of what he did with Julius Caesar, naturally became Roman citizens. Easy to understand? Watch this. It says for her, Antipater and his descendants were the same as those given later to Seleucus and his family. Now, watch this. As we see, Saul is a bloodline relative of Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. This would explain why Saul told the captain of the guard that he was a free-born Roman citizen. To be free-born means you didn't have to earn citizenship, and that your parents were both born free. So this means Paul, mama and daddy. Right? Because some people say, well, he got the Roman citizenship because they were slaves. No, he wouldn't have been a free-born Roman if he was born a slave. So look at this. It said right here that he was free-born. To be free-born means you didn't have to earn citizenship and that your parents were both born free. The privilege is solely based on the actions of your ancestors. Source: Wikipedia, Roman citizenship. Look at this. Look at this. Types of citizenship. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. Paul said he was free-born. Well, that means both of Paul's parents, him daddy and him mama. Him daddy and him mama were free-born Roman citizens. Good night. Watch this. In order for Saul to be free-born Roman with citizenship means that both his parents had blood relations to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Let's look at Antipater's family tree. Is Saul in there? Quick note, Saul's Greek name is Saulus. Saulus. Here goes the close family of Coaster Boy, B. Antipater. Let y'all look at that for a minute. Where y'all see Saulus on there? Y'all see Saulus? Y'all see Herod the Great up top, up here to the right. Go down to the second level. You see Bernice, mattress back Bernice, Antipater B, Coastal Boris, Herod, because she wasn't playing. She was, hey, look, that sister, that woman right there was bedding the Roman general that took down Jerusalem. She was bedding old boy of the Alexanders and them that was in Egypt. Like, she was all over the place, bedding everybody. That's Herod's granddaughter. Bernice. Mattress back Bernice. That's what we call it. Herod or Philip. So the third line down. Who y'all see on the third line down? Saul is right here. Saulus be Antipater. That's Saul right there. That's Paul. That's Paul. Remember, the only way he can be a freeborn Roman is if he's related to this guy. He already said he's related to the Herodians. That's Romans 16:11. Right? And then when he got locked up, he said, hey, look, you done beat me. I'm a Roman. He said, well, man, look, I had to pay for my freedom or for my citizenship. Paul said, not me. I was born this way. I was born free, which means both his parents were what? Descendants of this guy right here. And because Antipater saved Julius Caesar, all his descendants got Roman citizenship, as declared by the Senate in Rome. Good night. So Paul ain't even no Israelite. His mouth say he an Israelite. Yeah, just like his mouth say he an apostle. But based off being a freeborn Roman citizen. Just that alone. And the tribe of Benjamin never received Roman citizenship. You know, we got a problem. We got a major league problem. All right. Now let's go down some more. Hold on. This thing. Oh man, what's going on? Oh man, what's going on? I think we froze, yo. I think we froze. And boy, done popped up down there. I think we froze, girl. Oh no, that's weird. No, I think I'm still on. Yeah, on the family tree. Y'all gotta look at Paul. Hold on. We got a couple more. We was almost done with it, but still, I want to finish it, girl. Oh no, that's weird. Hold on. I can't even go to another. Okay, hold on. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, get on back. Now let's keep going. Let's keep on going. What's up, little joker? He got them J's on too. He got them yeah. So there he is right there, old lawless Saulus. The family tree of Saul is based on Josephus's work, War of the Jews and Antiquity of the Jews. That's that Saul you was just asking about, right? Now let me show y'all some of that. Because this very same Saul is in the same places that Paul in the New Testament is. And they will have you believe that what? That they're not the same. They try to act like they're not the same, but they are. They try to put it as if, but see, they backdating everything. Everything is backdated. Yeah, they are. They're look, the odds is crazy for anybody to think it ain't. You know what I mean? Like it's almost impossible. So right here, it says right here, and now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnaeus, in the high priesthood. So they was fighting over who was going to become the priest. And this shows you that it wasn't based off the Aaron lineage by this time. The Romans and all them was appointing high priests. Herod and them were appointing high priests. It wasn't based off because you come from Aaron at this moment during Josephus' time, right? It said right here, which the king had taken from the other. Look at that. So the Herodians was taking the priesthood from one cat and giving it to somebody else. It wasn't based off like the Bible say you got to be from Aaron, Moses' brother, to be high priest, right? During Josephus' time, he's saying that the king at this time is the family of Herod. They were appointing high priests. They were appointing those over the Sanhedrin and all them. Right? Think about it. He already a self-appointed king too. He ain't no legit ruler to sit on the throne of Judah. He's an Edomite. So you got an imposter king and imposter high priest. The whole priesthood defiled during this time. You see? So it says that now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor to Jesus, the son of Damnaeus, in the high priesthood, which the king had taken from the other, on which account of sedition arose between the high priests with regard to one another. For they got together bodies of the boldest sort of the people, and frequently came from reproaches to the throwing of stones at each other. But Ananias, he's in Acts, he's a high priest in Acts 4, 1-6, was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Costabaris also and Saulus, that's Saul, Paul, did themselves get together a multitude of wicked wretches, and this because they were of the royal family. Meaning they are related to the Herods. They were of the royal family, and so they obtained favor among them because of their kindred to Agrippa. Agrippa is the Herodian king at the time. Y'all see that? And this Saul and Josephus is related to Herod, just like Paul is in Romans 16 and 11. Good night. I know. Watch this. Watch this right here. Those are all in the Josephus. I think I got it close on this one. Hold on. Yep. Right here. Look at that. Romans 16:11. This is Josephus, and then I got Romans 16:11 down there. It says, so the men of power perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger which would arise from the Romans would come upon them first of all, endeavored to save themselves, and sent ambassadors, some to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon, the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were Saul and Antipas and Costabaris, who were of the king's kindred. So Josephus is writing about a Saul who causing all type of havoc in Jerusalem that's related to Herod. And this ain't supposed to be Paul. Oh, wait. Let's keep going. They think it's a game right here. Watch this. Now, this is Saul in the same spots as Paul. Acts 18, 12, and 27. Look what Josephus write. Look what he write. He say, after this calamity had befallen Cestus, many of the most eminent of the Jews swam away from the city as from a ship when it was going to sink. Costabaris, therefore, and Saul, who were brethren, together with Philip, the son of Jacomus, who was the commander of King Agrippa's forces, ran away from the city and went to Cestius. But then how Antipas, who had been besieged with them in the king's palace, but would not fly away with them, was afterwards slain by the seditious, we shall relate afterward. However, Cestius sent Saul and his friends at their own desire to where? Achaia, to Nero, to inform him of the great distress they are in, and to lay the blame of their kindling of the war upon Florus, as hoping to alleviate his own danger by provoking his indignation against Florus. When you read Acts 18, verses 12 and 27, Paul is in Achaia. He's in the exact same spot. Yeah, I got some homework. Read Acts 18, 12, and 27. You're going to see that, hold on, Saul and Josephus is related to the Herodians in them. He causing all types of hell in Jerusalem. They cool with Ananias in Acts chapter 4, who sent Paul on his famous road to Damascus, right? And they in the same spots. Acts 18, verse 12 and 27 prove that Paul or Saul was in Achaia, just like Saul and Josephus. And they want you to believe this ain't the same dude. Okay. I was born at night, just not last night. Watch this right here. Watch this right here. Okay, we read that, Acts 18, 12, 27. Now, trip off this. Paul got a homeboy in the book of Philippians named Epaphroditus. You ever heard of him? I know it's one of them crazy names. But he in Philippians. And Paul shouts him out as a good brother, a great friend. You know that. Y'all know this dude is Nero Caesar's secretary. He's Nero Caesar's secretary, Paul's best friend. Flavius Josephus Patreon, meaning he's the one that's financing Josephus to write this book. So how is he Josephus's Patreon, Nero Caesar's secretary, and Paul's homeboy all at the same time? But this dude ain't connected. He's not a Roman citizen. He's not connected all the way up to Caesar's palace. Are you serious? But okay, and he wasn't sent in to destroy the Yahshua movement. Had to be. Like, what are we talking about? This is Flavius Josephus right here against Apion. This is when he was debating this dude Apion about you know what I mean, all types of different stuff. This is you can go get Flavius Josephus, go back to his book 1 against Apion. Get your mind blown. Look at this. Look what he say. I suppose that by my books of the antiquities of the Jews' most excellent Epaphroditus. And that ain't even no regular name. Like nobody just wake up and name their child this. So they gonna have you thinking it's not the same Epaphroditus though. Just like it's not the same Saul, Jericho. Even though they in the same spots, they doing the same things related to the same people, causing the same hell and havoc. It's not the same Saul. All right, well, Epaphroditus is in Philippians as Paul's homeboy. History records him as Nero Caesar's secretary. And he's Josephus's Patreon. He was the one funding Josephus to write these works. But it's not the same person. I was born at night. Just not last night. You can't convince me this ain't the same dude. Impossible. So it say right here. It say, I suppose that by my books of antiquities of the Jews' most excellent Epaphroditus, I have made it evident to those who peruse them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity and had a distinct subsistence of its own originally. As also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by me. Who is me? Josephus. Into the Greek tongue. So now we know who wrote your records in Greek. Flavius Josephus.
Oh, wow.
And to be honest with you, if he running around here talking about all this Saul stuff and Paul, and y'all got the same homeboys and relate, y'all, he mess around and be Paul. Josephus, it just mess around be a pen name. They do it all the time. This nigga mess around and be this dude. Because I'm like, well, who else know the history of the Hebrews and educated enough to write it in Greek? Who? Josephus just told you, I'm the one translating the history in the Greek. I'm the one doing it.
And everybody goes through this book.
And your New Testament is written in Greek, right? Look at this. Who all heard of Abraham's bosom in here? Written in Luke 16 about Abraham's bosom and all that. All right, that's in the book of Luke, right? Where else is it written at? Anywhere in the first century?
Nowhere.
Anybody know? In Josephus. It's in Josephus. Now, what are the odds, man? You mean to tell me you didn't get it out the Torah nowhere? You didn't get out the Old Testament, nothing about Abraham's bosom? You mean to tell? Now, remember, and the Gospels weren't written to after the fall of Jerusalem in Rome in Greek. Luke wasn't written to like the 80s or the 90s. All right, and you got this key concept of Abraham's bosom in Luke, and the only other place in the world it's in is in Josephus' works. It ain't nowhere else. Who writing the histories? Who writing the histories? All the Gospels come out after Jerusalem fall. And they don't come out from Jerusalem. They come out from overseas. From Rome, not in Latin, not in Hebrew, in Greek.
The conquerors write the history.
Come on, bro. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We gotta really, the ones who win write the histories, right? Now remember, according to the Bible, Josephus retires in Rome. He under lighthouse arrest in Caesar's palace. He get a penthouse in Caesar's palace, basically. Guess who else got a penthouse in Caesar's palace? Josephus. Josephus. Remember, he got captured and all that, got took back to Rome and all that. Man, they hooked him up, gave him a new wife, gave him a government pension, gave him a penthouse in Caesar's palace.
Because he did the work.
Yeah, he sold the nation out.
And basically like CIA agents.
That's what it is.
In society.
It gotta be. What else could it be? What else could it be? Yeah. COINTELPRO at its finest back in that day. I mean, I'm thoroughly convinced. Now look what it say. Why is Josephus mentioned in Nero Caesar's secretary Epaphroditus? Why is it that Saul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. To hell with the French connection. Saul has the Roman and Herodian connection. Real spiel. Watch this. Philippians 2:24-25. But I trust in the Lord that I also myself shall come shortly. Yet I suppose it necessary to send to you who? Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier. But your messenger, he called him, but your messenger, he called Epaphroditus an angel. And he that ministered to my wants. Philippians 4:22. All the saints salute you. Chiefly they that are who? Caesar's household. Paul connected. Paul connected. What you mean? How is he connected to the household of Caesar? And he calling them saints. Hey man, in closing, Yahshua of Nazareth had a family that he entrusted to continue his legacy and mission. Let's take a closer look at his bloodline. Told you I was going to make it make sense for you. Look at this. Matthew 13:55-56. Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary and his brethren James and Joseph, which is Joseph, and Simon and Judah? Them the brothers. Them the brothers, right? And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then have this man all these things? So the people in the Bible knew he came from a long family. They knew his family. Feel me? Today, don't nobody even talk about his family. You don't even get mentioned. You mentioned to a diehard Catholic or a diehard Christian that Jesus had brothers, they'll damn near could say it's blasphemy. Yeah. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. Look at this right here. Mark 6:3. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph and Judah and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. Good night.
So that's when they was just trying to belittle him, like we know you and your family, like how you gonna be?
We know. Yeah, we know you. You know, we know you when you was running around here in your huggies, your pull-ups, boo-booing on yourself. You know how elders look at you, especially when you start walking in your purpose. They're like, that's little bro that used to steal and pee on himself. You know what I mean? Never brushed his teeth. You know, stanky little snotty nose little boy. Right? Source, Gospel of the Nazarenes. That again, which is an excellent read. I was just y'all read that. It's very, very thorough. Chapter 5:22-23 again. Look what it say. It say right here, and he rose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel, and they came and dwelt in a place called Nazareth, where dwelt Nazarites and Essenes, and he was called the Nazarene. It also came to pass that in the second year of Jesus' life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James, meaning one who is just and righteous before the Lord, one who was of true Israel, As with Yahshua and John, he was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mama's womb, according to the way. Shout out to the Nazarenes and the saints, man. You know what I mean? Salute. In later years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justius, and Simeon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. See that? Yahshua was the oldest out of all of them. That's big brother, you know what I mean? Anyone, now trip off this, and this is something, I'm actually writing something else about the family of Yahshua. And about how his apostles were actually, a lot of them were actually his brothers. And that's why you got some of the similar names. You got Simon, you got Simon Peter, you got Judah or Judas, you know what I mean, or Jude, you got James, you got John, you got all these different names, but he just so happened to have family members with the same names. You feel me? Look, there's been a diabolical, and the Herodians are the ones directly responsible for killing off all them. The very bloodline that Paul is from is responsible for wiping them off the map. You see that? So look at it. Anyone notice the names of Yahshua's brothers are identical with some of his apostles? This was a bloodline thing. It ain't no coincidence you look up and Paul got it now. You know what I mean? They came in and switched the whole message up. And now you don't know nothing about no Nazarene or no Nazarites, no Essenes. And it's all about, you know, being drunk on the Jesus juice and catching the Holy Ghost. You know what I mean? And Paul, you ain't even tripping. Like, this was what they call a caliphate, which meaning the right to rule through bloodline. That's what it was.
Rewriting history.
Yeah. And dealing with the biblical writers too, they do a lot of backdating and a lot of double writing. Like, and for instance, Jericho, they'll say, this is Mary, the sister of Mary, the mother of Jesus. So you got 2 daughters named Mary. Is that what you're telling me? Like, what is you really saying? Yeah, you're double writing this thing. You know what I mean? Just to bring more confusion. Look at this. Notice this. James, Joseph, Simon, Judah are all the names of the Messiah's brothers. Okay, watch this. 1, he had a brother named James and a disciple named James. Right? 2, he had a brother named Joseph, a father named Joseph, and who ever heard of Joseph of Arimathea? Joseph of Arimathea, the one who basically allowed him to be buried or laid to rest in his own tomb. Remember, he was rich. Joseph of Arimathea. You know what I mean? They took him down off the cross or whatever, and they laid him in his tomb. That was Joseph of Arimathea's tomb. So he had a brother named Joseph and a disciple named Joseph of Arimathea. He had a brother named Simon and a disciple named Simon. Simon Peter, Simon the Zealot, right? He had a brother named Judah and a disciple named Judah or Judas, right? Is this a coincidence, or are we to believe that some of his apostles were his actual brothers?
And it was all Nazarites.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that his brothers would be his apostles.
Yeah, and his successors.
Mm-hmm.
And not Paul talking about to have long hair is a shame. You talking about all these, bro? Whole family got locks down to the middle of their back. What is you talking about? Looking like first lions out here. One of them jokers, you look at it, be like, boy, that joker look ugly. Boy, look at that. Yeah, exactly. And then he got a disciple named John and a cousin named John. So it's a family thing here, right? So it's right here. Are we to believe that some of his apostles were his actual brothers? Galatians 1:19, Paul. But other the apostles saw I none, save James, the Lord's brother. So even based off Paul, at least one of his apostles was his brother, right? Now let's go to 1 Corinthians 9. Paul again. Watch this. We skip right over this stuff, man. 1 Corinthians 9:5. Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles, and as the brethren, not brother, brethren of the Lord or the Master, and Cephas? So Paul is naming the brethren of the Lord right with the apostles. 1 Corinthians 9:5. I know, man. I know it get deep. Now watch this. This right here are the first quote unquote Christian bishops of Jerusalem before they lost it. Who's number one on the list? James, kinsman of Jesus Christ, or Yahshua. Oh, he got a brother named James? Who number two on the list? Simon, Simeon, kinsman of Jesus Christ, or Yahshua. Don't he got a brother named Simon? And then the family, both of these brothers was killed. Both they was killed violently. James was thrown off the temple when they clubbed him in the head, killed him around 62. Man, right after him, Simeon Bar, his little brother, was Yahshua's brother. The Herodians murked him too. You dig? And then when Jerusalem fell, the whole movement went overseas, and that's why today, guess what the headquarters of quote unquote the Messiah's movement is at? The Vatican, Rome. They just elected another pope the other day. It goes to Rome. Once Jerusalem fell, they repackaged, they refurbished the message. You know what I mean? When they started having their councils, they chose Paul for the most part because that's their boy, the Roman. You dig? And guess what? What you know is the Messiah movement today, you dig, is nowhere near what it was all them years ago. It was a bloodline family thing. You know what I mean? And they rocked a certain way. They lived a certain way. You understand? And the Messiah is the one who chose his family after him to keep it moving. It's only later somebody popped up and told you he saw Jeebus in the sky. And told you 3 different stories that don't match up. And start cursing all them, and you feel me? And said he punked the apostles and called them hypocrites and said they need to castrate themselves and cursed them, and you know what I mean? Called them out all by name, called them pseudo, fake, you know what I mean? Called them super apostles. Yeah, man, your boy Paul was really on one. Really on one. And as y'all see, majority of this, y'all, is from Paul's letters. Now, this right here is for Out the Huff Post. I'm going to click on this for y'all so y'all can see that Paul was writing before any of the Gospels. Paul was writing before any of the Gospels. Let me click on this Huff Post article real quick for y'all. It's called A Chronological New Testament. And we up out of here. Let me show y'all this. I say, dang, bro, they straight got it right here. Like, this stuff ain't even hard to find. Like, it's all basic. It's all basic Google search. All right. Now, this right here is Out the Huff Post, and it's called A Chronological New Testament. This is show you that Paul, your boy Paul, was writing in Greek before any gospel was written. That's crazy, man. Yes, ma'am.
Did Matthew write an account of what he did, kind of like keeping a diary, so to speak, of what was done, how he moved, but the rest of the apostles were as well. It's like in the Bible states that Matthew was a lot of what Christ said words verbatim, what Christ said. So then you look at that and go like, the way things are going with this book, so many people handle it.
Yeah.
So it brings into question those words that are written.
It does. You know, but look, and that's why we always say, look, just put your thinking caps on when you read any spiritual book. Bitch, you critically examine it. You know what I mean? What if I told you that what they call the Gospels for the first 100 years that they were written didn't even have an author's name on it?
I can believe that.
Yeah. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were floating around the ancient world, and their authors are anonymous for the first 100 years.
They don't have the name of the individuals that left writings in the farm somewhere.
I'm good jokers.
Somewhere in the area of Jerusalem, in Damascus, where the shepherds found those stars and they
Oh yeah. And now look, right, and but you're about, with the Dead Sea Scrolls that show you that we weren't illiterate, right? And the Dead Sea Scrolls are in Aramaic; they're not in Greek. You see, the language of first century Palestine was Aramaic, so them brothers would have been writing in that. You know what I mean? In order for you to, yeah. And in order for you to compose Greek literature, you got to be educated. Like it's just like when we go to school and they teach us English comp and all that. In order for you to write any type of book or even a paragraph in English, you got to learn how to compose English literature. It's the educated folk.
People themselves are not committed to reading.
Right. So look at this right here, y'all. This right here is it's called a chronological New Testament. I'm just gonna read a little bit of this and we're gonna close on now. Oh wait. In the chat, if y'all get some understanding, y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat, man. Y'all know this ain't nothing but your regular over this way. Nothing but your regular. This is what we do. All right, dang. All right, chronological New Testament. And that's basically saying the New Testament will be placed in the order that it was written, and not how you know it today, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. Hey, man, what is this thing doing? It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were written. This thing got a delay on it, y'all. All right, so if you look up here, if you see these words and they all vertical, right? All the way over to the far left, you got First Thessalonians. That's Paul. Next to First Thessalonians, Galatians, Paul. Next to Galatians, First Corinthians, Paul. Next to Corinthians is Philemon, Paul. Philippians, Paul. 2 Corinthians, Paul. Romans, Paul. Then you get Mark. Paul is the one writing all this stuff in Greek before a gospel was even written. Then you got Mark. Then you got James. Then you got Colossians, Paul. Then you got Matthew. Hebrews. Some say Hebrews is attributed to Paul. Some say not, but we will put Paul on that too. John. And then you got Ephesians, Paul. Revelations, Jude, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John. And you got Luke, which Paul is responsible for because Paul taught Luke. You got Acts written by Luke, which is Paul again. 2nd Thessalonians, Paul. And you got 1st Peter. And you got 1st Timothy, Paul. 2nd Timothy, Paul. Titus, Paul. And then the last book of the New Testament is not Revelations. The last book of the New Testament that was written is 2nd Peter. written during the mid-2nd century. So if Peter lived during the 1st century, it is impossible he wrote 2nd Peter. So another pseudonym. Yeah, look, if you really got into what was going on, you'd be like, man, this is crazy. They've been playing us like a fiddle. Yeah. Paul's the one right. Paul's the one why Paul never quotes the Gospels. Nobody ever trip off that.
Which part of the gospel is on
That takes you to navigate through it and read it. I can't make that mind up for you. Got to read through it and see what hold up to, like, you know, the higher teachings and all that, dealing with the Nazarenes, saints and all that. your big homie. Talk to the people, man. What's going on?
Man, another intimate session, bro. It's really no way. He started off with this commentary showing how he might be Joseph might be one of the same.
You never know.
You never know. He went through his whole bloodline, explained the citizenship. He showed everyone in the Bible where he was kicking against the disciples and all that. But the problem is,
Come over now. Come on over here. Let me get out the way. It's life. Y'all already know what time it is, man. CGG is in the building. Free gang, baby. Heard Nehemiah. Come over here, holler at everybody, man. Man, let me stand up for a little taste. Get out the way. I'm hungry now. Yeah, let me give me something to eat. I'm hungry.
appreciate you. Consider it a big honor.
Everybody know we got the frankincense and myrrh in the building too, man. Y'all trying to get down, y'all already know.
Yeah, I think y'all, you got this going on. Malaki got the website information at the bottom. Somebody send me $20 to get his man. I owe him for my bottles. I owe him 2 bottles actually. Somebody sent me $40. No, but we all good, y'all. But again, another excellent session. First session we go over. Second session we go over here. First session was about understanding the characteristics of your creator. Then this understanding that what Paul played in and how he came in and he sabotaged most of what you call the New Testament. Because there's no better way to fight a movement is to come in the movement. Thank you.
Talking stuff.
Yeah. Fruit of light. Dang, that's what your other brother out there to strike. Look around here, 100 people. Yeah. But the best way to destroy a movement is to jump in that movement and then deconstruct it from the inside out. Because God is not the author of confusion, right? And in this time, they had the knowledge that they had, whether they figure out it was under the unction of a false God. They still had the knowledge that they had. So, with that being said, they still had what they was teaching. Because would it make sense to sit there and say that the Messiah popped up in the sky and showed you something? And we know that the angel of light, by Paul's own right, can transfer itself, the devil can transfer itself to the angel of light. It's not by accident. And then everything that he came with was totally opposite of what the Messiah had taught and totally opposite of what the disciples are teaching. And then, then to curse somebody, talk about them because they hair long and they weak because they eat fruit and vegetables, they eat meat, it's kind of easy to see. When you start slowing down and going back and reading the stories, you can see what's going on in those stories. So, with that being said, man, it's not a hard thing. It's not nothing that can froze again. I think you froze again, bro.
Like, since, people like Paul Ryan's fake.
Yeah, froze again.
I like it, man. You tell him yourself. You tell him.
Well, y'all, this is doing a lot of chopping up and freezing. So I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect from this deal.